I'm live streaming, but it's just a picture. It's no audio, so.
Okay.
Unless you guys want to, like,
We're just chatting, so if I'm
no, that's fine.
We already had to cope with the YouTube comments of yesterday.
Yeah, you could still hear it, and I'm like, I thought you guys couldn't hear the audio. You know?
Yeah, we can't hear you. I'm saying that we had reported back to us that
yeah.
Paul's suit was too tight.
My pants were tight enough.
Now, if you guys want to talk about how great the videographer is back here, I'll happily turn on audio and be like, he's a handsome man. He may be 49, but he looks like he's 23.
I said, I'm not reading one of those comments.
I'm not reading. No, I didn't either. I don't want to know.
Do yourself a favor and don't.
I don't want to know what everybody thinks of my bald head. Please, the information.
I had the worst one. I was doing a handheld on the sideline of the Iowa-Michigan game, the one that went down for like the final seconds about 3 or 4 years ago. It was the evening ESPN game. And they're on the goal line, and that package for that truck had one high-speed camera and one normal camera. So I kept having to come over to the goal line. And as I'm doing it, they entangle it, and I walk in front of the normal camera, like that. And my sister's like, I just saw you on TV. Walk right in front of the camera. And I'm like, really? And my friend's like pausing pictures of it, and like, I was like, they're like, why'd you walk across the lens? And I was like, because I had 2 utilities that couldn't pull cable. Like, we're getting ready for like people to crowd the field, and I'm trying to protect like a $27,000 camera. But yeah, my friends were like, nice haircut, looked really good, looked really professional. You gotta trim the beard a little.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah.
I was number one.
Meanwhile, my nephew's like up in the stands following the guy shooting the fans, and he's got batteries. So when everybody crowds the field, he's like that guy in Animal House during the parade going, why? Like everybody's crowding.
The red one is just 6. That's all it's on that.
and say, you know, so
You have to stand up.
Yeah.
They'll tell
When
you.
you do an objection, make sure you stand up.
Yeah, right. And say you're not a person.
Yeah. I better listen back out here and say down.
Yeah, there's two of them.
Two guys and girls.
I'm so glad. You have your own job. Share and tickets. Guys, make sure your phones are turned off. Yeah, we did. Very good.
I was safe to walk from there to get in without a phone. now your sister. What? Speak up. I won't be here later.
Are you here to testify?
No, I'm very.
Are any of you guys here testifying or witnesses or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Huh? Sister.
Please be seated, folks. Sure, if we can get wired up here. We're what? All right. Counsel, can you all turn on your mics as well? Thank you. Yeah.
All rise, please.
Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the record after our evening recess, and at this point, you're going to begin hearing testimony of the case, and I'd ask the state to call their first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Antonio Davilla.
Mr. Davilla, I'm going to have you raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Antonio Davilla, D-A-V-I-L-A.
Can you push the button that says on-off on there? So there we go. Perfect. And where do you live?
I live in Atlantic, Iowa.
Okay. And did you live in Council Bluffs back in February of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to February 26th.
Okay.
Anything odd or unusual happened that day?
We were going to go shooting at the public hunting area.
Okay. And who was we?
Me and my grandfather,
Okay.
Thomas Christensen.
Okay.
Yep.
And so you're going to go shooting at the public wildlife area.
Yep.
What happened?
So we were driving, and he likes to look around while we're driving and noticed a body in the ditch. And we turned around, and sure enough, it was.
Okay. Who was there anyone else in the car with you?
My little brother, but he did not get out of the vehicle and all that.
How old is he?
10.
Okay. And where was this location?
Crescent, Iowa, right around there.
Right. Rural area?
Yes, yes, sir.
Right. So what did you do once you turned around?
I called 911
Okay.
almost right away.
State offers one, the 911 call.
Any objection to one?
No objection, Your Honor.
One is received.
May we publish it? May we publish it?
You may.
I don't really have an address. We're off the exit of Crescent, Iowa, over by a public shooting area. And
I'm not familiar with that.
Crescent, Iowa.
No, I'm familiar with Crescent. I'm not familiar with the public shooting range there.
Okay, yeah.
What's going on?
So we were driving down the road to go shooting or whatever, and there is a dead body on the side of the road.
Okay. And are you guys right where it's at now?
What was that?
Are you guys right by it now?
Yeah, we.
Okay, hold on, because I'm going to see if I can find your exact location. Give me just a moment, okay? Do you know if it's male or female?
It's female for sure.
Okay, did you check to make sure she wasn't breathing? I hate to ask you to do that.
Now, half of her face is eaten off by, animals.
Okay, I'm so sorry. What's your callback number?
712-314-4651.
Okay, and what's your name?
Antonio
Antonio, what's your last name?
Davilla. Davilla.
Can you tell me what they're wearing?
Blue jeans, 1, 2, a green long sleeve, and like a tan hoodie jacket over the green jacket.
Okay. How far off the roadway is she?
It's 2 feet.
Okay, and what kind of vehicle are you in?
I'm in a Chrysler minivan. Purplish black. Looks black upon arrival is purple.
Okay. Okay, we're going to get him out that way. Thank you so much, okay?
Oh yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Bye.
Yep, bye.
That's all I have, thank you.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bill. You're excused and released from any subpoena.
Awesome, thank you.
State's next witness.
Judge, the state will call Nicole Shipper.
Ms. Shipper? Please come forward. I ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please be seated. Counsel?
Could you state your full name and spell your last name?
Nicole Skipper, NICOLESCHIPPER.
And what is your relationship to Ilene Gowan?
I'm her daughter.
In recent years, could you describe what kind of relationship you had with your mother?
Good times, happy times. I loved her very much.
Did you communicate with your mom?
Yes,
And how often did you communicate with her?
almost every single day.
And what type of communication was that? Was it by text or phone?
Yeah, phone call.
Did you also text your mom too?
Yes,
Now, do you have a boyfriend?
yes.
And what's his name?
Justin
And what's his last name?
Brammer.
And is Justin Brammer related to the defendant in this case?
Yes,
How's he related?
it's his son.
Excuse me, just a minute, counsel. I'm sorry, Ms. Shipper, can you hold the microphone down just a little lower? There you go. That's fine. Thank you.
And do you guys currently live together?
Yes,
And how long have you lived together?
a year and a half.
Did your mom ever live with you guys?
Yes.
And when did she live with you?
When we lived in the house in Omaha,
And how long ago was that?
7 months ago.
So at the time your mom disappeared, were you actually living in Omaha?
Yes,
And so your mom lived with you before she disappeared at some time, is that correct?
on and off. Yes,
Do you know the defendant?
yes,
Did he ever live with you?
yes.
And how long did he live with you?
Since March, or from August to March.
Would that have been 2022?
Yes,
And was there a time where Ilene and the defendant both lived with you at the same time?
both lived with us. Yes,
Okay. So do you know what kind of relationship they had?
yes.
How would you describe it?
very unhealthy, on and off.
Was there ever a time where you had them move out of your residence?
Yes.
And why did you have them move out?
Because all of the fighting.
And do you know where the defendant moved to after he left your residence?
Yes.
Where did he move to?
And with his granddaughter, Emily.
And where would that be?
Council Bluffs.
And it was at a house or apartment complex?
Apartment.
Do you know the name of the apartment complex?
Cottonwood.
And your mom, when she moved out, do you know where she moved to?
Yes.
Where did she move to?
And to the Cottonwood apartment with him.
So they both moved into the Cottonwood apartment.
Yes.
And was there anyone else living in that apartment with them?
Emily.
And who is Emily?
Sam's granddaughter.
So the defendant and Ilene lived with Emily, who's the defendant's granddaughter, at Cottonwood Apartments.
Yes.
I'm going to bring you back to around February 13th, 2023. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Did you talk with your mom on that day?
Yes.
What time did you have a conversation with her?
Early morning, around maybe 8:30.
When was the last conversation you had with your mom?
She told me she was getting picked up, that she didn't need a ride.
And was that the 8:06 conversation, 8:06 a.m. conversation?
Yes.
And where was she at the time? Do you know that?
Sugars.
Did your mom work at Sugars?
Yes.
Do you know why she was there so early?
She cleans the bar in the restaurant.
So would she do the cleaning shift in the morning?
Yes.
Did your mom give the defendant any jewelry?
Yes.
And what jewelry was that?
A single stud earring, diamond earring.
And when did she give him that?
Around Christmas
What year?
of 2022.
Did you ever know your mom to have a black safe?
Yes.
Where did you ever seen the black safe?
Yes.
And where did you see the black safe?
At our home in Omaha.
Would this have been at your residence at Omaha?
Yes.
Did you see it when she lived with you?
Yes.
Did you ever see her open the safe?
Yes.
Could you describe how she opened the safe?
With the key.
Did you ever see the contents of the safe?
Like what was inside?
Yes.
Yes.
Like what are some of the things that she kept in her safe?
Money. Birth certificate. Social Security card.
Were you with your mom when she purchased the diamond stud earring?
Yes.
I approach Judge.
You may.
I'm handing you what's marked as Exhibit 1A. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's my mom with my daughter.
And do you remember when that photo was taken?
It was at my brother's wedding.
And what year was that approximately?
19 or 20. 2019 or 2020.
I'd like to offer Exhibit 1A.
No, it would have been, sorry, it would have been 2000. 21. Because that's my daughter, and she's 2 years old, so.
Do you know what this, can you describe what the event is, where she's at?
Yeah, she was at my brother's wedding in Illinois.
Judge, I'd like to offer Exhibit 1A.
Any objection, 1A?
No, Your Honor.
1A is received.
Judge, permission to publish 1A.
Permission granted. I'm going to clear the screen and see if we can try this again. This is on your laptop, right, counsel?
It is, Judge. Just play the video.
Best to clear it off and then try again.
That is our screen, looks like. I think that's our screen. So all the icons on the bottom are the same.
I've cleared it off. Now you won't.
It's yours. Publish so fast.
One more try. If it doesn't work, I'll have you publish
The
the
old-fashioned
exhibit.
way, of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, technology works sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't.
If I recall correctly, I feel like this was just maybe that one.
The left.
Yeah.
At this point, counsel, the state, you're allowed to publish the exhibit by passing along with the jury. And I'll give them just a few moments to do that. And then, now you and I'll work on the technology during our recess. While we have a minute, counsel, is this your screen on your laptop?
Blue? No.
The icons?
Oh, it looks like it.
Click out of this and then get it back up again.
Let me just see what happens here. Hang on. Yeah, that's definitely our screen. It's just not.
Well, your laptop's connected, whether or not the
I don't understand what.
Or the display settings.
there's always an IT person on the jury, isn't there? Yeah. The exhibit has made its way through the jury. Let's continue, counsel.
Nicole, did you go with your mom when she purchased the diamond studded ring?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
I'm not to you what's been marked as Exhibit 17B. Are you familiar with this photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my mom holding the diamond earring right after we purchased in the car.
Judge, I'd like to offer Exhibit 7B.
Any objection to 7B?
7B or 17B, Your Honor.
17B?
No objection, Your Honor.
17B is received.
Permission to publish?
Yes, granted.
Nicole, did you know what kind of cell phone your mom had?
Yes.
What kind of phone was it?
Smart Android.
And do you know when she bought that, approximately?
No.
Okay. No further questions for the witness, Judge.
Cross?
I'm going to wait until the jury is done passing around the exhibit, Judge.
That's fine, counsel. Mr. Munger, cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Skipper.
Good morning.
You stated that you lived with Justin Brammer for a year and a half up until today's date. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, approximately. I don't know the exact date, but approximately, yes.
Do you know when Ms. Gowan and Mr. Ivan Brammer started their relationship?
Maybe 2.5 years.
So before you and Justin started your relationship, is that correct?
Yes.
You stated on direct that the last time Ms. Gowan, your mother, lived with you would have been March of 22, or was that March of 23?
No, they moved out before we moved. So we moved in March from the house in Omaha to Council Bluffs. So it was maybe like December, end of December, January.
So would that have been December of 2021 then?
Yeah. Yes.
So roughly 2 years ago from today's date. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. You stated that you believe that your mother and Mr. Brammer had a very unhealthy relationship. Was this mostly, or not mostly, was this verbal arguments that you would say?
Yes.
Was there a reason in your mind that these verbal arguments occurred because your mother was drinking or Mr. Brammer was drinking as well?
Yes, and other reasons.
But would you say that it's fair that most of the time these arguments arose when one or both were consuming alcohol?
Yes.
Otherwise, they were amicable or in a pretty nice relationship, but for the drinking?
Sometimes.
You mentioned that you had occasion to see your mother's black safe when she lived with you in Omaha. Is that correct?
Yes.
When was the last time that you saw the contents of her black safe?
A little before Christmas.
Christmas of 2022?
Yes.
Okay, so a little bit before December of 2022. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
Thank you. You're excused and released from any subpoena.
State would call Justin Brammer.
Brammer? I have you raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please be seated. Morning.
Thank you, Judge. Could you state your full and complete name and spell your last name?
Justin Brammer, Brammer.
And what is your relationship to the defendant?
He's my father.
And who's your girlfriend?
Nicole.
And do you guys live together?
Yes, we do.
Where did you live at in February of 2023? Where were you living?
Omaha.
And when you lived in Omaha, was there a time when the defendant and Ilene both lived with you?
Yes.
Were you aware that Nicole had reported Ilene missing?
Yes.
And when was that?
The 13th.
Did you report it on the 13th, or was it
At 9 o'clock at night.
And how did she do that? Did she go in person, or did she call?
We went in person.
During that period when Ilene was missing, did you ever have any conversations with the defendant?
What do you mean?
Did you ever talk with your dad?
Yeah.
What did you guys talk about?
Stupid stuff. I mean, he asked if we heard anything what's about the case or anything, and
Did he talk to you about ever picking up Ilene from Sugars?
on the day she came missing,
Yes.
he said he didn't pick her up.
Okay, so can you, when did you have that conversation with him?
When she came missing, and we were asking who picked her up, he said he didn't know. Because we thought some girl picked her up, because that's what Ilene was telling us.
Okay, did you ever have a conversation with him about a truck? About his truck?
Yeah.
Okay, what was that conversation?
Asking for a motor. Because he blew his motor when he took off on the cops. When he was on the run.
And do you remember having that conversation?
Yes, I do.
And what was the day of that conversation?
The 25th.
On the 25th, did he also talk to you about Ilene?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Just asked if we had any more information.
Did he ever tell you that he dropped her off at Mike Brockman's house?
Yes, he did.
Okay, well, let's go back to that conversation. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so how did the defendant bring up that conversation?
Well, he said I did pick her up, and I took her straight to Mike's.
Okay. And then did he say anything else about dropping her off or anything?
And then a couple of days later, we talked, and he said he dropped her off, couldn't pull in the driveway because of black hose.
So he says he dropped her off, and there was a black hose in the driveway?
Yep, so he couldn't pull in the driveway. He dropped her off at the end of the street.
Okay, slow down just a little bit.
Okay. Sorry.
So I'm going to make sure I get this right. So he said that he didn't drop her off in the driveway because there was a black hose in the driveway.
Yeah.
And this was on a different day, is that
Yeah.
correct? And did he have any other time that he talked about Ilene and dropping her off?
Then he dropped her off on the side of the road because he didn't know where Mike lived. And he pulled away. He saw her in the rearview mirror, and she was alive. That's what he told me.
So were those three different conversations?
Yes.
Were you ever aware of the defendant getting a diamond-studded earring from Ilene?
Yes.
And can you tell me about that?
Well, she got on one knee up in my hallway where I lived, and that's when she gave it to him. It was for Christmas.
And it was a Christmas present?
Yeah.
Was it any kind of proposal?
It looked like a proposal. She just said, we'd be my man.
Did the defendant make any statements at the time?
Oh, stop it.
Did you ever see him wear the ring or
Yes.
the diamond earring?
Yep.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross?
Good morning, Mr. Brammer. Do you mind if I call you Justin?
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you or Nicole disapprove of Sam and Eileen's relationship?
Yes.
Did you or Nicole ever threaten to withhold visitation with Eileen's grandchildren if Eileen would continue a relationship with Sam?
No.
You never said, Eileen, if you stay with Sam, you're not going to be able to see your grandchildren?
No.
Okay, so that if I heard that somewhere else, I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize for that. You said you had a conversation with Sam on the 25th of February regarding the motor in his truck being blown up. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So was it operable to your knowledge?
Yes.
But it was just not running well?
He said it was smoking.
Okay. Do you know how Sam came to purchase that vehicle, whether he bought it like at a used car lot? Was it salvage title? Do you know at all?
Yeah, he bought it from where we worked, like 8 years ago.
He purchased the vehicle 8 years ago?
Yeah.
Do you know whether it was a salvage title?
I don't recall.
You don't remember if it's a salvage?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Brammer, you may step down.
Thank you.
State would call Emily Brammer.
I trust we have someone retrieving Ms. Brammer. Ms. Brammer? Good morning. You raise your right hand and be sworn. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Judge. Emily, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Emily Lynn Brammer, Brammer.
Emily, what is your relationship to the defendant?
He's my grandfather.
And where do you currently live right now? I'm not sure your specific address, but...
Sherwood Apartments.
Okay. At the time of, back in February of 2023, did you live in a different complex?
Mm-hmm.
And what was the name of that complex?
Cottonwood.
And who lived with you at Cottonwood?
For a while it was by myself until my grandpa and Eileen moved in.
And then was there a point where Eileen moved out?
Yes.
And then it was just you and your grandpa?
Mm-hmm.
And your grandpa was the defendant, correct?
Yes.
On February 19th, do you remember calling law enforcement because you were concerned about your grandfather?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because for a while before that night, he kept telling me how he was going to kill himself. And so he gave me a hug and kiss goodbye. And then he walked out the door and I started freaking out. And then he sent messages through the whole family saying like, I love you and stuff like that. And so we called because we thought he would commit suicide.
During that period when Eileen was missing, did you see any changes in your grandfather?
Yes, he used alcohol. He was threatening to commit suicide multiple times. I felt that he was angrier. He lost a lot of weight.
Now, did he work?
No, he quit his job.
And was that during the period that Ilene was missing?
Yes.
Was that unusual?
Very, yes.
Now, was there a time when you followed your grandpa to Lakeside Salvage? Followed
Yes.
him in the, okay. And what vehicle was he driving?
He was driving his truck.
Did he have a nickname for his truck? Did he call his truck anything?
No.
Okay. What was the purpose of going to Lakeside Salvage?
He wanted to crush his truck.
Did he tell you why?
The first couple of days before it happened, he kept saying his truck was knocking. And so that's what he told me why he did it.
Did you ever hear it knocking?
No, it's an old truck. It makes lots of noise.
So, did you then follow him to Lakeside Salvage?
Yes.
And what were you driving?
My Pontiac.
And when you got to Lakeside Salvage, what did you do?
I just waited for him.
And did your grandfather end up crushing the truck?
Yes.
Now, did you have a conversation with the defendant about what to say if law enforcement asked you about the crushing of the truck?
Yeah, he told me just to tell him I don't know where it is.
Why?
Because he didn't want them to know.
Did you ever see your grandfather with 2 cell phones when Ilene was missing?
Yes.
And did you recognize those phones?
Yes.
Okay, so was there anything unique about one of them?
Well, he had his own phone, and then the other one, it had a pink, colorful case on it.
And had you seen that pink case before?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you see that before?
Well, she lived with me for a while.
And who's she?
Ilene lived with me for a while, and so she's asked me to help her on her phone for sometimes.
Okay, so did you actually hold her phone?
Yes.
In the past?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. And so were you familiar with the case?
Yes.
And is that the case you saw with your grandfather when Ilene was missing?
Yes.
Before that, had you ever seen your grandfather with Ilene's phone?
No.
Now, were you aware of a diamond-studded earring that your grandfather wore?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Ilene gave Ivan an earring for Christmas. She got down on one knee and asked him to be his man.
And what did the defendant say?
Yes.
My approach, Judge.
You may.
I'm offering you I am handing you an exhibit.
Okay.
And it's marked as Exhibit 17. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the picture I took of him with the earring.
Do you remember when the picture was taken?
Sometime in December, after he got the earring.
Judge, I'd like to offer Exhibit 17.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 17 is received.
Permission public?
You may. And I did connect again. I don't know if your laptop will show it, but I understand you're publishing it manually to the jury. Any other questions to this witness, Mr. Forney?
Judge, no further questions for the witness.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Brammer.
Good morning.
Let's start off with the truck. You stated on direct examination that Mr. Brammer said the truck was making a lot of noise and he wanted to basically take it to get salvaged so he could get some money from it.
Yes.
Do you know when he bought that truck?
No.
Okay. Do you know if it was a salvage title or if he bought it from a dealership?
No.
You went to get this, or he went to Lakeside Salvage on February 25th, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what day Ms. Gowan's body was discovered?
No.
If I told you it was the 26th, would that sound correct to you?
Yes. So,
you and your grandfather went to recycle his truck the day before Ms. Gowan's body was actually discovered, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry if I missed it. How long was Ms. Gowan living at your apartment with Mr. Brammer?
For like 2 months.
Was it a continuous 2 months, or did she kind of stay at other places or couch surf or anything like that?
It was continuous.
Okay. Why did Ms. Gowan leave your apartment to live elsewhere?
Eileen and Ivan got into a fight, and then they said it was a final, so my grandpa asked her to leave.
So Mr. Brammer asked Ms. Gowan to leave, not the other way around. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Do you remember when your grandfather got arrested for looting?
I don't.
Do you remember him going to jail?
I do remember that, yes. I don't know the date.
Did you bond him out of jail?
I did.
Okay, you don't remember the date?
No.
No? Okay. Do you remember if you took him to the salvage before or after you bonded him out?
I crushed the truck. He crushed the truck after.
And that would that have been the day after?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Anything else?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Very.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Brammer, by the 25th of February, do you know how many statements your grandfather had given to police?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled. She can answer if she knows.
No, I don't.
Would it have been more than twice?
Objection, Foundation.
Sustained.
You do know that he did have given some statements to the police, correct?
Yes.
And this alluding that the state is alluding to, that was from when the police wanted to talk to Mr. Brammer at a Walmart, is that correct?
Objection,
Yes.
Foundation.
That's sustained. The
And
answer
hearsay,
is,
Judge.
pardon me?
And hearsay.
The answer is stricken. The objection is sustained. Let me ask another question.
Ms. Brammer, do you know where Mr. Brammer began this alluding from the police?
Objection, Foundation.
Sustained.
Do you know when he began this alluding back in February of 2023 from the police?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled if she knows. You can answer if you know.
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Anything else with this witness?
No, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Brammer. You are excused.
Thank you.
State may call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Megan Preston.
I'm sorry, what?
Megan Preston.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Preston.
Good morning.
If you raise your right hand and swear. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state your name for the record and please spell your first name?
Megan, Megan, Preston.
Okay. And how are you currently employed?
I own Sugar's Lounge and Diner.
Okay. Is that here in Council Bluffs?
Yes.
And just, I want to make sure this is clear on the record, that's here in Potawatomi County?
Correct, sir.
And in the state of Iowa?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, in this case, Ivan Sam Brammer?
Yes, sir.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is he in the green shirt?
Correct.
All right. And did you know Ilene Gowan?
Yes.
Okay. So let's start with Ilene. When did you first get to know Ilene Gowan?
Eileen came to me, I'd say probably a month or two after we originally bought Sugar's.
Okay.
And she was applying to be a morning cleaning before we opened. So she worked every day and did the restaurant cleaning, the daily stuff.
Okay. And how long have you owned Sugar's?
It would have been 2 years back on July 15th. So
Okay. So July 15th of 21
is when we took over.
You
yes.
took over, and you said probably a couple months after that.
Yeah, a month or two.
Okay.
I don't remember
so
exactly, but
around September of 21,
Yes.
she would have started. You would have met her.
correct.
Okay. And I assume you hired her.
Yes.
Okay. And so did she then clean for you for roughly the next year and a half?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said that was a daily job for her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Got to answer
Yeah,
yes.
sorry.
Sorry. And so was that 7 days a week, 5 days a week?
She did 7 days a week.
Okay.
Unless for some reason she had something else going on and then I did it.
Sure. Okay. So for a year and a half, 7 days a week, other than a few times, she was your morning cleaner.
Yes.
All right. And how long did that shift go for her morning cleaning?
Oh, generally around 2 hours.
Okay. How was her work performance?
She was very reliable.
Okay. Did a good job cleaning?
She did a great job cleaning, yes.
Any issues with her showing up under the influence of alcohol?
On rare occasion, yes.
Okay. Had you seen her intoxicated? Had you seen her when she appeared to be intoxicated to you?
Yes.
Had you seen her when she appeared not to be intoxicated?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say you saw her many days in that year and a half?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point then did you become aware of the defendant in this case, Sam Brammer?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you first come to meet him?
I think the first time I met him is when they began their relationship and he was helping her clean in the mornings.
Okay, so he wasn't really an employee, but he just showed up?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At some point did that change and did he become an employee?
Yes.
And in what capacity?
He did dishes in the kitchen.
Okay. And so it sounds like you first met him as he was in a relationship with Ilene.
Correct.
Did you have occasion to be aware of the nature of their relationship?
Yes.
How would you describe it?
I would kind of describe it as a roller coaster, ups and downs.
Okay. Would they break up and get back together?
Yes.
Okay. What was, did you have to deal with Ilene crying and, being emotional during those times?
Yes.
All right. Were you one of sort of the people that was there for her for support?
I tried.
Okay. Were there any occasions where, Ilene spent the night at Sugar's?
Yes.
And was this during some of those breakup periods?
Yes.
When was the last time that you saw Ilene Gowan?
I saw her at the very end of her cleaning shift. It would have been February 13th.
Okay, so the day that she ultimately went missing, you saw her that morning?
Yes.
All right. And about what time was the last time you saw her?
Right around 8:30.
Did you see her leave with anyone?
I was working, waiting tables. I just said goodbye to her and she walked out the door. So at that moment, no, I did not.
Okay. Did you, how frequently did you communicate with Ilene? Did you see her about every day?
I saw her most days, yes.
Okay. And so you would have seen her, you would have communicated with her in person?
Yes.
Did you speak with her on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. How often?
Once or twice a week, maybe.
Okay. And then did you communicate with her by text?
Yes.
All right. And how often do you think you would have texted her?
Probably once or twice a week.
Okay. Did you feel like with your seeing her almost daily and speaking to her, and by talking to her on the phone once or twice a week, and by texting her once or twice a week, did you feel like you had familiarity with her sort of patterns of communication?
Yes.
And I assume she was in your contacts list on your phone?
Yes, of course.
Okay, back to February 13th of 2023. Did you have occasion to reach out to her by text message?
I did.
All right. And do you recall about what time that was?
Probably around 2:15 in the afternoon.
Okay. And what was the purpose of your reaching out to her?
She was scheduled to be on shift at 2:00 and she wasn't there.
Okay. And was that unusual?
Yes.
I think you'd said she was a reliable worker. If she was on shift, did she generally show up for work?
Yes.
Right. Were you worried about her at that point?
Initially, yes.
Right. Okay, so then you sent her a message. Did you get a quick reply back?
It wasn't quick, no.
Okay, so after you had sent her a message, did you reach out to the defendant in this case?
I did.
And how do you communicate with the defendant?
Via Facebook Messenger.
Okay. Did you ever have a phone number for him?
I did not.
Okay. And so did you reached out to him on Facebook Messenger?
I did, yes.
Okay. And do you recall about when that was?
I think I waited probably 15 minutes or so after I initially texted Ilene.
Okay. And did he respond to you?
Yes.
How quickly?
Very quickly.
Okay. And then at some point after he had responded to you, did you then get a response from Ilene's phone to you?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did you take screenshots of both the Facebook Messenger conversation and this portion of the texting with Ilene?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you provide those to law enforcement?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that a screenshot of your text conversation on the 13th with Ilene's phone?
Yes, it is.
And I'm going to show you 16A. Is that a screenshot of your Facebook Messenger conversation with Sam Brammer over, I said Facebook?
Yes, it is.
Offer 16 and 16A?
Any objection to 16
I will renew my previous objection to 16, Your Honor.
and 16A?
I will object to foundation hearsay.
Yeah, I see 16A, please. Might as well give me 16 as well, quite frankly. Objection to both 16 and 16A are overruled. 16 and 16A are received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sure, let's give it a shot. I have a feeling it's not going to publish. We'll deal with that, but can we give it one chance?
Sure.
Oh, okay. I already tried that. I don't think it's the cord. We're gonna. Because I don't want to take the. Okay. Sounds great. We'll deal with that.
During the recess, we'll see if the other cord makes any difference. I think Ms. McDowell's correct. One of the last trials I had, we actually used the table to my left.
Okay.
And
We'll get it figured out during a break, Your Honor. I'm not that concerned with it. Okay, so, but I do want to discuss with you. Actually, I'm going to go back.
So it's review.
I'm going to direct your attention to 16 to start with. So I believe that's the texting back and forth between your phone and Eileen's phone.
Yes.
All right. So it looks like, what time did you reach out to her?
I reached out at 2:20.
Okay. And what did you say to her?
I just said, "Where are you?"
Okay. And did you receive a response ultimately?
I did receive a response.
At
Yes.
what time does that response come in?
2:44.
All right. And what was that response?
It says, "I'm done. Leave me alone."
All right. Did that seem odd or unusual to you in any way?
It did.
And why was that?
Eileen liked working at Sugar's. She loved being there, and so it did seem weird that she would just all of a sudden decide not to.
Okay. And did that text then, were you initially like suspicious whether that was her or was not her?
No, not initially.
Okay. Then at some point did that opinion change?
Yes.
And why was that?
It changed because she never showed up. I assumed if she were having a bad day that she would, call me and try to reconcile.
Okay. So initially your thought was maybe she's just drunk and I don't.
Initially I thought maybe she was just having a bad day.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see the defendant again after the conversation? You'd Facebook messaged him on the 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see him again after that?
Not physically.
Okay. Did you have some more, I think as we look at 16A, looks like you had some more conversation with him over Facebook Messenger on the 15th?
I did.
All right. And did he express to you that he was planning on coming back to work?
Yes.
And did he come back to work?
No.
All right. But you said you never saw him again physically. How did you see him?
I believe he was parked out back behind the restaurant on a shift. He was supposed to be there in the morning.
Okay. And was that something that you were able to pick up on your surveillance?
On my security videos, yes.
Okay. So as you're in the office at Sugar's, you can see a live feed of the video that's
Correct.
going on.
Correct.
Okay. And so you saw that he was outside, you said, when you thought he was going to be supposed to be working?
Yes.
And what was he? Was he in a vehicle? Was he standing around?
Just sitting in a vehicle. Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what vehicle?
I don't.
Okay. But you recognized him on the video?
Yes.
All right. Did you attempt to contact him at that point?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you do? What'd you do?
Well, I was doing the morning cleaning, so I told him if he was bored, he could come in and help.
Okay. All right. Did you get any reply?
I did.
Okay. What was the reply?
He asked the whole bar,
Okay.
and then I said no, but I never got a response after that.
All right. And he never came in?
Mm-mm.
And did you see him again after that date?
No.
Is today in court the first day you've seen him since then?
Yes.
I want to talk very briefly about some of your surveillance videos. We're not going to worry about playing them right now, but I do want to discuss them with you.
Okay.
So you've got cameras at Sugars?
Yes.
All right. And is there any issue with the timestamp on your cameras?
Yes.
And what's that issue?
It'll say an hour later than it actually is.
Okay.
I'm not very good with technology. I don't know how to change the
So
time on
like
it.
daylight savings time, et cetera, it's just,
Yes.
you don't change it, right?
I don't. I just leave it.
So for the videos that were retrieved for February of 23, when you're saying it was an hour ahead, so if the timestamp on the video that we have says 9:30 a.m., it would actually be
8:30.
okay.
AM.
Perfect. So it's what everyone here will see as a timestamp. It's in the actual time is an
Correct.
hour.
It's
before.
1 hour later than it actually is.
Okay. So I want to make the video is an hour later.
Yes.
All right. So you personally saw Eileen. It sounds like you testified. You personally saw her leave the bar at 8:30 in the morning
Yes.
on the 13th. And so if there's a video of her leaving and that says 9:30, that's why it's different.
Correct.
Okay. And again, I'm not going to let defense counsel take a look at those real quick. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 3, skip one, 3B, and 3D. Do you recognize these items?
Yes.
And are these copies of surveillance videos from Sugars that were provided to law enforcement from the 13th of February 2023?
Yes, they are.
And I noticed that it looks like there's some initials and a date in Sharpie on them.
Yes.
Are those your initials?
Yes, they are.
And that's your dates?
Yes.
So you actually reviewed these to make sure they were accurate?
I did not.
You did not actually watch them?
Mm-mm.
Okay. But you provided them to the police?
Yes.
Okay. So you've seen these before?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you 3A and 3C. And are those screenshots from those videos that we're talking about?
Yes.
All right. Offer 3, 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D.
Let's take them one at a time. Any objection to 3?
I have no objection to any of the exhibits, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 3, 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D are all received.
We're going to publish those probably later today or tomorrow through Detective Brannigan, so we won't worry about the tech. That's great. So as you saw her on that morning, 8:30, as she's walking out,
Yes.
did she successfully complete her cleaning that day?
Yes.
Anything odd or unusual about her behavior?
No.
Did a good job cleaning?
Absolutely.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross, Mr. Munger?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Preston.
Good morning.
Earlier, you described the relationship between Sam and Eileen as a roller coaster relationship. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What do you mean by a roller coaster relationship?
Well, some days, like everyone, they had good days, and some days they did not.
Did you ever see any physical assault between Sam and Eileen?
No.
So any argument that they may have had was just a verbal argument?
From what I saw, yes.
Okay. Were these arguments more or less common based upon Eileen's use of alcohol?
I couldn't say.
Okay. You mentioned that you thought that Eileen may have been having a rough day on the 13th based upon, her not texting you quickly. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did Eileen ever, at any time during her employment, threaten to quit her job when she was having a rough day?
No.
And you never threatened to fire her when she was having a rough day?
I did.
You did? Do you recall how many times in the time that she was employed that you threatened to fire her?
2.
And what was your reasoning for leveling these threats to fire her from her job?
Would you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I apologize. What was the reason that you were basically saying, clean up your act or you're going to be fired?
Just that attitude.
Attitude, okay. Thank you, Ms. Preston. I have no further questions.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Preston, you are excused. And this witness can be released from any subpoena.
Yes. Thank you.
Judge Saber called Michael Brockman.
Mr. Brockman, step forward here. I ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Brockman, can you state your full name and spell your last name?
Michael Dean Brockman, Brockman.
What's your occupation?
Parts manager for a body shop.
Did you know Ilene Gowan?
I'd met her a few times.
Were you ever in a relationship with her?
No.
Where's your address? Where do you live?
19918, 205th.
Approximately where's that at from Sugars?
About 2.5 miles to the north and then just a little bit to the south.
Is that off of Railroad Highway?
Yes, it is, on 205th Street.
And do you rent or own?
Rent.
And who do you rent from?
Carol Martin.
And do you rent like a basement?
I rent the basement, yes.
Now, were you ever approached by Eileen about moving in with you?
She needed a place to stay for a couple days, and I allowed it, but I told her that was it.
And what was the arrangement when she was staying there?
She stayed in the bedroom, and I'd sleep on the couch or in my recliner.
And what were the nights that she actually stayed there?
The 12th and 13th of February.
Well, let's go back to let's think about the actual days. So the 12th would have been a Sunday.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so she stayed on Sunday night?
Saturday night and Sunday night.
Okay, so that would that then be the 11th and the 12th?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Okay. And this is February, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you tell her that she had to move out?
I told her that she could stay for 2 days, and she agreed to that. And she packed her clothes up and ready to leave on Monday morning.
Were you aware of any drama between the defendant and Eileen?
I heard her talking about him, but I tried to stay away from it.
So it would be fair to say that you allowing her to stay at your place temporarily was just an act of kindness?
Yes.
Now, you'd stated that she had all her belongings together,
Yes,
and on Monday, the 13th of February, did you have to work?
yes, I did.
So describe to me what you did that morning of February 13th.
I dropped Eileen off at her place of employment,
And where was that?
Sugar's Lounge.
And how far is that
Constables.
how far is that from your residence?
About 2.5 miles.
Would that be kind of on the way to work for you?
Right on the way to work.
And where do you actually work?
1519 South 3rd Street in Omaha.
So you
Paul Leck and Sons Body Shop.
So you work on the Omaha side, or on
Yes.
the Nebraska side? Okay. So the arrangement was for her to have her stuff ready in the morning, is that correct?
Yes,
And did she have it ready?
yes.
And then when was she supposed to pick it up?
After her shift.
Now, did you end up going to work on the 13th?
Yes, I did.
And for you, what's a normal work day for you?
I arrive around 5:30 and leave between 4 and 4:30 in the afternoon.
And is that what you did on Monday?
Yes,
And is that what you did on Tuesday?
yes.
So did you drop off Eileen in the morning at Sugar's?
Yes, I did.
And about what time was that?
A little after 5.
Now, when you got off work, where did you go?
Home.
Is that what you typically do?
Once in a while I'll stop and have a beer, but normally I go home and I gotta do chores and things.
And when you stop to have a beer, would that be at Sugar's?
Yes,
And is that where you met Eileen?
yes,
So you know her from Sugar's.
when she was a waitress.
But on the February 13th, that Monday, you just went directly home, right?
Yes,
And when you got home, was her stuff still at your house?
yes it was.
And were you surprised by that?
Yes,
Did Eileen ever have a key to your house?
no,
Did she ever have a key to the owner of the house, the upper level?
no.
If Eileen was dropped off at the house, is there any way that she could get into the upstairs or the downstairs by an unlocked door?
No, there isn't.
And can you kind of describe the residence?
Well, it's right off of 205th Street. You pull in to the driveway and you go up a small embankment and you go to past the front of the house, and then you got to walk around the back of the house to get to the basement door.
And is there anything on this property that is unique, like horses or anything like that?
Oh yes, we board horses out there, and the landlady's got 2 dogs.
What's the landlady's name?
Carol Martin.
Do you help with some of those chores?
Yes.
Now, going back to the Eileen stuff that she had ready to be picked up, what was your knowledge about when and it was supposed to be picked up?
She was going to get it after her shift, and it was sitting outside of the house by the entry door.
Now, do you know if Eileen had a car or not?
No, I don't.
Did you ever see her driving?
Not for a long time.
And you were giving her rides? Or you gave her a ride that morning?
Yes, yes.
So did you have any idea who was going to be bringing her out to your place to
No.
pick up the
No, I
property?
didn't.
So when was the last time you ever saw Eileen?
Just a little after 5 a.m. on that Monday morning, the 13th.
And so when you come home from work and you see that her stuff or her belongings are still there outside the house, What did you do?
I tried to get in contact with her with no luck, and I explained to her that I was going to take them in and put them behind sugars so she could get them there.
Okay, so did you do that? Did you have a conversation with her?
No,
Okay.
I never had any conversation.
But you tried.
I tried.
And so would you have called her and left a message?
I can't remember if I called her or if I texted her.
Okay. And after you left the message, what did you do with the property?
I took it in and placed it behind sugars by a cooler.
And about what time did you do that?
I don't remember exactly.
Was it dark out? Or?
Yes, it was dark.
No further questions, Judge.
Any cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Brockman.
Good morning.
Can you tell me again where you currently work?
Paul Luck and Sons in Omaha, Nebraska.
And what is your normal daily job activities or duties?
I'm parts manager. I go after parts. I test drive trucks. I help the technicians.
To find parts, or do you just go to an AutoZone, or what's your normal day tracking down parts?
We do work on heavy equipment, so I'm going to Peterbilt, Freightliner in Council Bluffs, Vanderhaeg's in Council Bluffs, Jim Hawk, Volvo in Omaha, several places in Omaha.
So are most of these trucking companies, for lack of a better word, kind of the ones right off the I-80 interstate, kind of by the South Expressway?
Yes, they are.
And do you recall if you had to go out into Council Bluffs on Monday, the February 13th?
I don't recall. I'm sure I did, but I can't tell you where I went. I don't remember.
Do you provide receipts for any parts that you purchase on behalf of the company?
For every part I get, there's a receipt.
Okay. And was anyone, or is anyone ever with you when you go out and buy these parts?
Very seldom I'm with anyone.
Okay. You stated on direct examination that you allowed Ms. Gowan to stay with you for 2 nights?
Yes.
Is there a reason that you only allowed her to stay with you for 2 nights?
I was just trying to help her out, and that was enough time for her to find someplace, I felt. So, and that was the agreement when she started to stay there.
Okay, I apologize for interrupting. Did she tell you where she was going to be staying after the 13th?
No.
Were you ever warned about having Ms. Gowan stay at your residence?
No.
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Could you repeat your answer?
No.
You stated on direct examination that you just dropped off Eileen's belongings outside of Sugar in the evening. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you leave them out in the open, or did you try to put them underneath anything or inside the building?
I put them beside a cooler that's in kind of hidden away.
But it was still out in the open, correct?
Yes, it was.
You didn't think to maybe give her another day or two to come back and pick up her belongings from your apartment?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
No.
No further questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Brockman, you may step down and excused and released from any subpoena. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to take a morning recess at this time. Please remember that admonition that I spent so much time reading it yesterday. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about this case amongst yourselves or anyone else. And thank you for not bringing too big a water bottle. We'll be in recess until 11:20. Thank you.
All right, please.
Please be seated, folks. We are going to be in recess and off the record. I'm going to take a break, and why don't you see if you can work on the tube, and then I suggest we make any record. We'll probably do that over lunch. All right?
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
state's system.
Right, yeah. Let us know. Okay, all right, sir.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
Please rise.
Thank you, folks. Please be seated. Came back in. I didn't bring Clara, so we may have to grab her. We've repositioned Ms. Stratton. I think she's going to still be able to hear you all, but I want to make sure that witness is seen. Before they bring in the jury, there's Claire. So this is on left now. Is that the only one that works? We've got it on the left.
Yeah, we're plugged into the left.
Does the right work? I'm going to try the right, which is states.
Yeah, I have the other cord.
Yeah, we had it working.
Oh, you had it working before the judge decided to fix it?
Yes.
Good communication with your cord is always important.
The only thing, Judge, is this is the cord that is really heavy and it might cut out. Which I don't mind coming up to.
If they want to use Drew's laptop, that's or.
We're using my laptop and hooking into their port.
Why would we hook into their port?
Well, because remember this one wasn't working.
Was it working that way?
The settings on the computer, I thought they were fixed. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was the settings on your computer. I thought Drew fixed them.
Mr. Munger's the IT expert?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right. I'm going to turn it. Are you going to be using it for the next witness?
Yes.
I think I'll just leave well enough alone then. Who is the next witness?
Marcia Delehoy, she'll be super quick. She's the boss at Mr. Brockman. She's just going to get in a couple of times.
And then I'm just trying to think of our luncheon break. When do we have another witness after that?
Yes, but it sounds like there was some miscommunication because I thought he was going to be here this morning. And I was supposed to have Detective Roberts. Well, we got Carol Marmon here too.
We got one more lay witness after.
He said, Rev, okay.
Can we take care of the other lay
We
witness?
will definitely get through the two lay witnesses, and I'd say we get Robert started. That will happen, and then we'll break for lunch.
And if we don't get Robert started, we'll take care of him after lunch. But if we can get started with him, that'd be great. All right. Anything before the jury comes in?
Only just one thing I was just pointing out to defense counsel. So the two of the exhibits that are coming in through Marcia Delehoy, the timestamp on using Mr. Brockman's timers, the timestamp on our physical printouts, you can't read the times. You can read them on the digital copy that comes up on the screen. So we may just offer 18A and B through her, publish it through the, as we would have done, but we're going to probably be asking permission to substitute. If there's things that are going back to the jury, it just looks like blank forms with this. It's just too light for the human eye to pick up. I'm having one of my legal assistants work on darkening up the...
If it's something as simple just to make sure that an exhibit that might go back to the jury can be read, we can make record on that later on. And Mr. Munger, do you anticipate any other problems with?
No, the filed exhibit is readable, and if they're darkening their printer settings, it's not altering in a substantial way. So.
Right. Remind me if we need to make some record on that. We ready for the jury? Yes, we are. Please be seated, folks. We're back on the record after our late morning recess. The state may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Marcia Delehoy.
Ms. Delehoy, like Davey said, we're here. Have you raise your right hand if you sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony of that will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name and spell both your first and last name for the record, please?
Marcia Delehoy, Marcia Delehoy.
All right, thank you. And how are you currently employed?
I own Paul Lupton Sons Body Shop.
Okay, you're the owner?
I'm the owner.
And how long have you owned that body shop?
10 years?
Okay, so you certainly were the owner on February of this year?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Mike Brockman?
Very.
Okay, and how do you know Mike?
He's our parks manager.
Okay, and how long has Mr. Brockman worked for you?
3 years? I have to pull his file.
Sure. So are part of your duties then to maintain custody of and monitor time cards, timesheets, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay. And were you requested to pull some job cards and weekly timesheets for Mike Brockman?
Yes.
All right. And did you provide those then to law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. I approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 18A,
Mm-hmm.
18B,
Mm-hmm.
and 18C.
Mm-hmm.
Do these appear to be the documents that you provided to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Offer 18A, B, and C.
Any objection to 18A, B, or C?
No, Your Honor.
May we publish, Your Honor?
You may, and 18A, 18B, and 18C are all received.
18A. Okay. So I know you can't really read it on this, so I'm going to ask you to maybe take a look at the time clock.
Mm-hmm.
But, oh, no, I like the way it was. Zoom in a little bit more. No? Okay, that's good.
There you go.
All right. So were you able to, were you able then to determine that Mike Brockman worked on the 13th
Yes.
of February? All right. And we'll try to get a darker copy for when it goes back to the jury. But what time did he clock in that morning?
That would have been, oh Lord. He usually clocks at about 6 o'clock.
Okay. Well, I'm going to walk back up. My eyeballs don't work good
Without
from a
being able
distance.
to see the print, because it didn't come out very dark, but I believe it's
Come up here.
about 6 o'clock. Oh,
All right, so looks
oh
like
there we go.
05.
5.98, I believe is what
Okay.
that says, which is 6
About
o'clock.
6 o'clock. And then it looks like you
3:30.
clocked at
15:56 is 3:30.
Oh, 0.56. Okay, that's a good.
It's military time.
Sure. So that's not 3:56, right? That's
No,
3.56. That's the way your clock system works
Yeah,
out. Okay.
15:56 is like 3:33.
All right. So then when you write 9:58 below, that is he worked 9.58 hours that
Correct.
day. Okay. And then could you publish? Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. That's a good call. So 189, is that your employee code?
That's his employee number.
Okay. So you have a record that he punched in at around 6 in the morning and he punched out around 3:30 afternoon. Okay. Now put up 18B. And so for the 14th, again, Mike is the name, right, in 189. And it looks like, what time did he punch in that day?
5.96,
Okay.
close,
Once again, close to 6.
and 1563,
Right.
53?
60, looks like
A
63.
little after 3:30, 63, I believe.
Great, okay. And then scroll down a bit more. So then that shows again 9.67 hours that day?
Correct.
All right. And if we could go to 18C. It's fine, I think you're okay.
There you go.
Okay. So once again, if we go down to the line on 189, right, you said that was Mike's employee code?
Correct.
And that shows Mike Brockman. And then would that show how the days that he worked, or the
Yes.
all day? So it looked like he worked about 50 hours that week.
Yes.
Is that a typical week for Mr.
Typical
Brockman?
for Mike, yes.
Okay. Now, with his duties, does he leave the business for some periods of time throughout the day?
To go pick up parts in different locations.
Okay. So if he left, do you monitor every one of his comings and goings?
He always tells me when he leaves, and he always tells me when he gets back.
Okay. And if he showed up back without parts, that'd be a concern?
May be unusual, but not, depending if they didn't have the parts ready.
Okay.
He might come back without them,
All right.
but usually he's got parts.
Sure. There'd be a conversation about it because that's his job, is literally picking up and dropping off parts. Is that correct?
Yes, part of it.
Anything odd or unusual that you recall about his work days on the 13th and 14th of February?
Nope.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Any cross?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Delehoy.
Morning.
Would you note through your time system exactly when Mr. Brockman would leave to go pick up parts and when he would return?
No, he
And you
just tells me verbally he's leaving.
And you have no recollection of whether he actually went and got parts on the 13th or 14th?
I would not, honestly don't remember. I would say yes, because he, usually during the day, there's one or two places he's got to go.
And if he would have left for, say, an hour or 2 hours, would that have been unusual?
Very.
Okay, how long does he normally leave?
30 minutes, 40 minutes.
But you just have no records of that, it's just him coming and going and telling you such? I have no further questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Delehoy, you are excused and released from any subpoena. State's next witness.
Judge State would call Carol Martin.
Ms. Martin, if you could step right on up here. Good morning. Let me raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Carol. Could you state your full name for the record?
Carol Martin,
How you spell your last name?
Martin.
What's your occupation?
I own a saddle shop, and I also board horses.
And where's your residence?
19918 205th Street, Council Bluffs, Iowa.
And is that off of Railroad Highway?
Yes.
Is it roughly 2.5 miles from Sugars?
Yes.
Now, are those stables at your residence?
Yes.
So you be fair to say you have a little horse farm?
Yes.
Or is it, yeah, okay. Do you have a renter that lives with you?
Yes, I do.
And who's the name of the renter?
Michael Brockman.
Did you say Brockman?
Brockman.
Yep. And how long has Michael Brockman rented from you?
Probably a year or so, in that vicinity.
How do you describe him as a renter? Is it a good one, bad one?
He's a very quiet guy, yeah. Very good renter.
Follows the rules?
Yes.
Did you ever see a lady by the name of Ilene Gowan at Mike's residence?
Yes.
And when was that?
That would have been on a Saturday, the 11th, I believe. Yeah.
Did you have any, I'm not asking you to say what she said, but did you ever have any conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
And how many times did you see her?
I just seen her come to the residence with Mike, and then I did talk to her on the patio a little while later.
Were you aware that Mike was letting her stay in the basement?
I understood that, yes.
Now let's talk a little bit about your property. Do you have any animals on your property other than horses?
Yes, dogs.
And when, let's say a stranger comes to your property, do the dogs bark? What do they do?
Yeah, they alert you.
They let you know.
They always bark.
I'm going to take you back to February 13th, 2023. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
And were you working at the residence that day?
Yes.
What about the morning?
Yes, it was.
What time do you believe that you were at the residence in the morning?
Well, we usually go out and feed horses, in the 8 o'clock to 9 range, and then we're there all day, pretty much.
Did you keep your house locked when you went down to the stables?
Yes.
If you would have been in the house, would you have been able to identify whether someone would walk around your house? Or
Yes.
I'll retract that. Where was Mike's residence?
The entry to his was on the back side of the house.
So he had a basement apartment?
Yes.
And he had his own access door?
Yes.
And if Mike were to have a visitor, would they have to walk around the house?
Yes.
To enter into Mike's residence?
Yes.
On February 13th, 2023, did you ever see anybody walk around the residence?
No.
Did you ever have an occasion that you heard the dogs barking as if a stranger was at your property?
No.
Was there anything about the morning of February 13th that would make you think that someone was on your property?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Ms. Martin, good morning.
Good morning.
So the only time you actually physically saw Ms. Gowan at Mike's residence was on February 11th?
Yes.
You didn't see her on February 12th?
No.
And you didn't see her on February 13th?
No.
No further questions, thank you.
Quick redirect, Judge.
You may.
Do you have a black hose?
We own some, but
Would you ever have a black hose out on your driveway?
Your Honor, objection outside the scope.
no.
Excuse me. Overruled, I'll allow it. Did you
Good
answer the
answer.
question?
No.
No further questions.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. You are excused and released from any subpoena.
All right, thank you.
It's 11:40. I'd like to at least start another witness. if
We've
we
got a
can.
real quick one that we can definitely get. We're going to call Detective Dyer first. He's about a 5-minute witness. Then we've got Detective Roberts.
All right. We didn't have time to start another one, but we'll see. Go ahead and call your next witness.
State's going to call Detective Matthew Dyer.
Detective Dyer, I'll have you raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Please be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My name is Matt Dyer, D-Y-E-R.
All right. And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the City of Council Bluffs. I'm a detective with the Council Bluffs Police Department.
Okay. And how long have you been in the Detective Bureau?
Previously, I was a narcotics detective for about 5 years, and now I'm a criminal detective with our CID unit.
Okay. And CID stands for Criminal Investigation Division?
Correct.
All right. At some point, did you become involved in at least assisting in a missing persons investigation with regarding Ilene Gowan?
Yes.
All right. And did you have occasion to meet the defendant in this case, Ivan Sam Brammer?
Correct.
All right. How did that come about?
I was asked by Sergeant Roberts to pick Mr. Brammer up on the 15th, I believe, come in for an interview.
Okay. And so where did you pick him up?
At his residence in an apartment, not Northgate, but I forget what it's called.
Cottonwood?
Yes, Cottonwood.
Okay. So you went and picked him up at the Cottonwood Apartments?
Yes.
All right. And after you picked him up, what'd you do?
Brought him back to the station and sat in the interview with Sergeant Roberts.
Okay. And did Sergeant Roberts actually conduct that interview?
Correct.
Okay. After the interview was completed, what did you do?
Took him back to his residence.
Okay. And did you make any observations of him and his activities when you dropped him off back at his at the apartment?
Yeah, correct. When he got out of the vehicle, he went straight to the dumpster, which would be maybe the southeast corner of the parking lot, and kind of loomed around and looked around at it.
Okay. And then at some point, did he go into his apartment?
Yes.
All right. Did you see him put anything in or take anything out of the dumpster?
No.
Okay. I know I've read your reports. Looked like you maybe reviewed and retrieved some videos in this case.
Yes.
And were you the detective that received screenshots from Megan Preston?
Yes.
Any other involvement in this case?
No.
Nothing further.
Any cross?
Yes, for your Honor. Can you explain to me a little bit so the jury understands? Is there a lead detective in this case?
Yes, that'd be Detective Brannigan.
Okay. Was it initially Detective Roberts?
When it comes to missing people or persons, it gets assigned to our sergeants first.
And with everybody's activity, because there was a lot of officers who did a lot of small projects, right?
Correct.
Would they all report back to either Roberts or Brannigan?
Usually, yes.
You say usually. When would they not?
Well, forgive me for saying usually, yes, we would report. Our reports and statements, we're in a small unit, so we're all talking with one another during all this time.
And every time you're given a project, you write a report, correct?
Yes. Depending on the severity of it. If I'm just running around doing something that it doesn't really affect something, I may not put a report in.
All right, so you got video from Centris.
Yes.
And any place else?
I don't believe so.
Did you view any video from any place else?
Let me rephrase that. I believe I got some video from the Sherwood Apartments. I was assigned to help with that, and the Centris as well.
Whose residence was at Sherwood Apartments?
It wasn't anybody's. I think, if I remember correctly, there was talk of either Ilene or Brammer getting an apartment at Sherwood.
Okay. No other involvement as far as any other pictures, videos, interviews, or anything else that you did?
No other videos, no.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective Dreyer. You are excused. You may. State may call the next witness.
Judge, the state would call Sergeant Ted Roberts.
Sergeant Rice, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Judge. Can you state your full and complete name?
My name is Ted Roberts.
What is your occupation?
I'm a sergeant with the Council Bluffs Police Department.
And you're a sergeant. What would be some of the job duties that you do?
My current assignment is a supervisor in our Criminal Investigations Division. I supervise 9 different detectives. I also take care of any and all missing persons cases that from last name starting with A to M in the alphabet.
And were you assigned to missing person Ilene Gowan?
Yes, I was.
Now, do you know when you first spoke with the family regarding the missing persons report?
Would have been on February 15th.
And who did you talk with?
I talked to Nicole. I believe that's Eileen's daughter.
Now, there was some point in time where there was some other individuals that might have seen her last. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you follow up with those individuals?
I did.
And who were the individuals?
I'd received information that she could have last been seen by an Ivan Brammer or a Michael Brockman. I believe those were the 2 names that popped up first.
And Ivan Brammer, would he be in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And where's he sitting?
Right there.
And what color shirt does he have?
The green shirt there. Okay. Yes.
Did you have an occasion to interview Mr. Brammer?
I did.
And when did you do that?
I had him come into the police station on the 15th and then again on the 17th.
Okay, let's focus on the 15th. So you interviewed him on the 15th.
Yes.
And was there anyone else there when you were present?
Yes, there was another officer there. It was Detective Matt Dyer.
And at that point, this was a missing persons case, correct?
Correct.
So what's your goal, your objective when you're interviewing Mr. Brammer?
I'm just trying to gather as much information as I possibly can on possible locations, when Ilene would have last been seen, what direction she could have been traveling, any information that she might have given anybody as to, hey, I'm going to do this, I'm going this place, whatever it may be.
So the February 15th, that would have been 2 days after she went missing, is that correct?
Correct. It was actually the day that was reported to us.
Did you ever speak with a Megan Preston?
Yes, I believe she's the manager and or boss at Sugars.
So at that time, when you were talking with the defendant on the February 15th interview, did you have any information at that time?
No, the only information I had at that time was that he possibly picked her up from work at around 8:30 in the morning. That was the only information I had. So I was wanting to talk to him to find out after he picked her up where they would have went.
And is that common in terms of a missing persons case?
Correct. You just try to track down as much information as you can about possible locations.
Okay. I'm handing you my approach.
You may.
Exhibit marked as 5A.
Okay.
For identification. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I came in yesterday to initial it there. Yeah.
And are those your initials right there?
This, they are.
And what's that number right there?
628 is my officer number.
Okay. And so was the interview from the 15th, was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
Is it on this DVD?
Yes, it is.
Does this accurately depict what happened in that interview?
Correct.
Judge, I'd like to offer 5A.
Any objection to 5A?
No objection, Your Honor.
5A is received.
Judge, we would publish 5A.
You may. While you're beginning to bring that up, please do not start it yet because I have an admonition for the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear an audio-video recording. And sometimes with audio-video tapes, they may contain inadmissible evidence or evidence that the court has previously found to be irrelevant to this case. If that has been the case, then the court instructs counsel to redact certain elements from the recording. Also, statements and questions by law enforcement officers and other investigators during the interview with the defendant are not evidence, and not evidence for you to be considered for their truth. The defendant's answers and responses to those questions and statements are evidence. And with that, the state may play the audio video. Counsel, I think you control the audio, and if not, let me know, and I'll turn it up here.
Judge, do you have a control with the audio up there?
Increasing it now.
So, Judge, if I can interrupt, Mimi would bring down Bluetooth speakers, however, they might be able to put the mic towards the computer if there's a speaker on the mic. Never know how well that will sound.
You want to just take a lunch break and deal with it, bring the speakers down?
Either that or you want to try your microphone?
It's not playing at all. We had it playing, Your Honor. There was no sound, period. So I don't think that's just ours.
Ladies and gentlemen, this appears to be an excellent time for a luncheon recess. We're going to be taking a luncheon break, and I'm going to try to keep it at an hour. I know that that's sometimes a little difficult, and trust me when I say we're not going to start without you. So let's be in recess until 1 o'clock. That gives you just over an hour for lunch, and as soon as you're all back, we'll get back on the record. Please remember that admonition I've given you. Don't talk about this case, and please continue to keep in mind, and thank you for not using your cell phones. Let's not be using them today. All right? Thank you.
All right, please.
Please be seated, folks. And Detective Roberts, you can be excused. At least until after lunch. I'm going to take my break here for lunch, and I know the council needs to do the same thing, but let's get this audio figured out. If you want me to stay and run the controls.
I can handle that. I was playing around with them while you were on break.
All right.
I can handle that for you.
I'd like to, Judge, just make sure that the room is clear so that we can actually play it and see if we got some audio.
The room will need to be cleared for the lunch break if these attorneys still continue to do their work, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you, folks. I'm Matt, and
It's not mine. They just told me to bring it, yes.
Please rise.
Please be seated, folks. Claire, before we have the jury join us, you and counsel went through this and it's working? My control's not even on. There we go. Was the volume fine?
We're good. We're going through separate speakers. I think we.
Because I could turn them up a little further here, but.
I think you're fine. We just tested it. Should be good.
All right. We're ready for the jury. Please be seated, folks. We're back on the record after our lunch and recess, and Detective Detective Roberts has taken the stand. And I remind you, sir, you're still under oath.
Thank you, Judge.
Next question.
Sergeant Roberts, now you stated earlier that you interviewed the defendant on February 15th, 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And where did you interview him at?
At the Council Bluffs Police Department.
Judge, may I publish Exhibit 5A?
You may. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when this begins, make sure you can hear it. If you can't, you need to let me know.
Detective Dyer.
You had first names.
Yeah, this is Detective Dyer. I'm the sergeant that you talked to on the phone. My name's Ted Roberts. I'm a sergeant.
You got the phone with you, and you said that I was the last person seen her alive.
Well, I didn't say that.
Yep.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Yes, you sure did.
I said you were the last person that saw her before she went missing. So that's why it was important for us to talk to you.
As soon as you said that, I got the phone. I said, oh, no, I want them to arrest me. I can have a lawyer.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's, I think you misheard me there. I got it recorded. I'll have to go back and listen to it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not what I said. But, I mean, basically we got a crazy deal here where, Ilene is evidently, per family and everything else, she's never done this kind of thing before. She's never just, took off and gone. They all know
What she does is she comes to me. She's moved in with me 4 or 5 times. But usually when she moves in with me, she stays away from them.
Yeah, because they said they talk every day. The daughter and her talk every day on the phone or whatever she says. Yeah.
If they need, then she was homeless.
Okay.
What I do? Turn her back in.
When you work at Sugars as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were supposed to work today.
Mm-hmm.
You called in sick, or what did?
I got up sick. I went home and she went back to playing, and then I went to sleep.
Okay.
You ain't called in. I'm probably fired.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm not sure.
That, and I'm not putting up with the hassle. I guess she called my boss and asked my boss if I was sleeping or if we had something going on. Ilene did.
Ilene called your boss?
My boss, yeah.
Which one? Emily or Jill?
Either one.
Who's your boss?
Donna.
Donna's your boss? She's the cook back there?
Right.
She cooks with you, so you consider her your boss?
Yeah. She's actually my boss. Megan really don't tell me anything to do. Because she lets that lady run the kitchen herself.
Okay. Also, Donna just takes care of her kitchen. She hires and fires who she wants to hire and fire out of the kitchen.
In the kitchen part, yeah.
Okay.
The fires out on Ilene's side, that's mostly not even Jill. Jill's a silent partner. It'd be Megan.
Megan's the owner?
She's the, hiring and firing people.
Gotcha. So, if you could, I just need to know what went on Monday morning. What happened Monday morning with you?
She texted me.
Okay.
And wanted to know if I would come and get her. Because one of her friends supposedly was supposed to come and get her. And supposedly ran out of gas. So.
Did she tell you the friend's name or? Okay.
If she did, I can't remember names anyway. Half the people at work, I can't remember their names, so I give them, like this one girl's real mean to Ilene. I call her Big Bird. And the lady that works in the back in the kitchen, I call her Kangaroo Billy. Those are the two that she was really afraid of, those two.
Okay.
So I got there, and I said, I'll be there in a minute. She was, don't come inside. I don't want Megan to know that we're back, or you're with me. I said, okay. And I pulled up, she gets in the truck. We take off, run out to this, can't remember the guy's name now. Supposedly the one that tried to do something with her. And dropped her off there. Then I left. And then wasn't too long after that is when she called me. apartment building, but she had a key to get in. But I think she was knocking on my window. I didn't look, I didn't care. I just wanted to lay down and take a nap. That's when she texted me, wanted to know if I could talk to Emmy about letting her move back in because this guy raped her. Now, but it's true.
Raped her when?
That night.
The night before Monday?
The night before Monday, yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know if that was true or not. I don't know if she was just saying that to get me to take her back or what. I don't know. And that was at 2:31.
Okay, that's Megan. What, you have Eileen's text messages
Let
on
me
there?
see here. Hang on a second here. And she got mad at me for putting that there, but I did.
That's Eileen?
Yeah.
My favorite neighbor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, right here it says text me. This was Monday morning at 7:58. But I didn't. I called her. And then she texted me back at
Back to 2, right?
I think 2 or 3.
Yeah, okay.
I can't remember.
Okay.
And then
Yeah. How long do those messages go? I mean, when was your last text message with her that day on Monday?
1:55. A little bit 2:03.
Okay. Did you work that day on Monday?
I'm off Monday and Tuesday.
Okay. So you wouldn't went back to work until this morning if you were going to go back to work?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, hang on a minute. I'll show you what kind of person we're messing with here. Like I was telling him,
What do you mean? Which person?
Eileen. I met her like 2 years ago. She was a real sweet person, but she had that alcohol problem. Well, I made my mistake. I thought I could change her. Can't be done. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Okay, let's see here. Now, let's see. Not this Sunday. The other Sunday is when I kicked her out. Okay? Then,
So then she went to Mike's house, or?
no, I think she stayed in the bar one night, and then somehow or another, her and this Mike dude got together. But
What time do you think you were getting your window knocked on that day? On Monday? Did you say you dropped her off at 8 o'clock? You said you watched her walk in?
no, I didn't drop her at 8. I don't remember what time it was.
Okay. But you said you dropped her off in front of Mike's house,
Yeah.
and you watched her walk into the...
All she did was she got out and then she walked in front of the truck, and she walked in front of the truck. I went and turned around, and that's when I left.
Okay, so you didn't see her get in the house, anything like that?
Mm-hmm.
So if she had walked away from there, I mean, that's quite a ways away from your apartment complex. I wonder how she would have gotten to you.
A police friend was supposed to come and pick her up. And her daughter told me, this is weird, her daughter told me that she called her and told her to pick her up when she picked the kids up. Get up from school.
Yeah.
Then she turned right around and called back and said, don't worry about it. I got a ride with somebody at work.
Nicole was confused about the fact that you didn't tell her that you gave her a ride to Mike's house.
I can't. Here's the deal. She said that Nicole told her that she found out if she's even thinking about coming back to me, she would never see the grandkids again.
Coming back to you?
Yeah.
Oh, so you
tried to get back with me. She would never see the grandkids again. Because here's the deal. Every time me and her get an argument, she calls my daughter or my son. And then,
okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you didn't want to say
So that's the
anything to
thing.
Nicole based off the fact that...
Yeah, because she's not supposed to be around me. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay. I understand that, I guess. You're trying to protect her from getting in trouble or being able to see her grandbabies, huh?
Well, just like I told Nicole, the only reason that she doesn't tell you half the stuff because she thinks that it's going to split her and my son.
Okay.
That's weird, ain't it? I'm dating her, was dating her, and she's dating, my son's dating her. So my fucking family tree ain't no pork no more, bro. It's going to be a stone.
Okay. All right. If you, in your conversations with Eileen at any point in time, where else else does she hang out? Where else would she go?
She knows.
Where else would she,
I couldn't tell you that. There's one guy, I can't remember his name, but his wife is on crank real bad, and her daughter don't like her. Tim Taylor. You'll have to ask her daughter, Tim Taylor, his wife's name. Tim Taylor. Oh, I know real quick.
Kim Cayley?
I think it's Tim.
Tim Cayley.
Yeah. Anyway, his wife is in crank real bad, and she went over there supposedly after me and her got into it. She was going to stay there, but I guess they got two real mean dogs, and then she left there.
How do would you know how to spell his last name? Cayley?
I don't know.
Tim Cayley?
But see, that's just it. It's hard to pinpoint. Like, I get to the bar at night and wait for 1. If I leave at 3 and she has to be at work at 3, I go home, then I go pick her up at 9. She always wants me there early, so I get there like 7:38. And then I help her do her silverware and all that. But in that time, guys come in, they buy her beers and stuff like that. She knows a lot of people in that place. But there's another guy too she lived with too when I kicked her out. Hang on a minute. I'm bad on names. Rick. He works at Menards. She moved in with him one time.
Okay. Did she talk to you in any way, shape, or form about going to her mom's house over in Omaha and grabbing anything from over there? Did she say anything to you about that? Okay. When you picked her up, what was your conversation after you picked her up at the bar that morning and drove out to Mike's house? What was your guys' conversation?
Can't repeat this to her daughter, please.
Don't say a word.
Huh?
Don't say a word.
When I picked her up, she got in and I was taking her back to that dude's house. She wanted to know. See, we lived in an apartment building together and she got evicted. Okay. Well, now she's barred. Every time she tries to get a place, it shows up on record that she didn't pay it. Well, when I picked her up and was taking her, she begged me. There's an apartment building right behind our bar that my son and her daughter's moving into here real soon, a month or so.
Okay.
She wanted to know if I would put it in my name so she could be close to work where she can walk because she can't drive for a year.
Right there on Woodbury Avenue there, right behind Sugars?
Yeah. And when I told her no, she kind of...
You just got pissed?
Yeah. She thinks I'm on my son and her daughter's side, but I'm not. I'm just trying to be in the middle of it.
So you guys have known each other for 2 years, argued.
Sergeant Roberts, after this interview with the defendant, did you feel like you learned some information?
Not a whole lot of information other than the fact that he did pick her up, I believe, right around 8:30 in the morning from Sugars. And then, as he said in the video, he went directly to Mr. Brockman's residence and then dropped her off, and then he left and went directly back to his house.
So after you do an interview like this, do you do any follow-up?
Yes, we went and just tried to determine, we had to validate everything that he was saying there. We were able to find the video at Sugars that showed him pulling up in his Dodge Ram pickup truck and picking Ilene up at that 8:30 time. We then tried to use any other cameras that we might be able to find going out towards Mr. Brockman's house, which is basically as you come out of Sugars, you go past the old Kmart, get onto Highway 191 and go out about 2 miles or so. And then Mr. Brockman is staying in a little apartment right out there off the highway, off of Highway 191.
Did you have, so he's leaving Sugars, or he says he leaves Sugars at around 8:30, 8:32?
Correct.
Right? And then he drives to Mike Brockman's residence.
Correct.
And you say it's about 2.5 miles, something like that?
Right in that area, yes.
And is it off of Railroad Highway?
It is, yes.
So did you go try to verify if could see his vehicle driving from Sugars to Mike Brockman's house right after 8:32 a.m.?
We did.
Okay, and what did you learn from that?
We went to a couple different businesses there that we thought might have, if they had video of the highway, we'd be able to verify that.
What were those businesses?
There were two auto shops. The one that we finally found that we were able to find video that pointed right out to the highway was John's Automotive, John's Auto Sales, right there. And they were able to provide us video from, at the first time that we stopped, we grabbed between 8:30 and right around 8:50, knowing that it was about a 2.5 or 3 mile trek. We knew that we'd be able to see his vehicle go by that location, and then hopefully try to get it coming back towards town once he had dropped her off.
And did you?
We did not see the vehicle, no.
Excuse me just a minute. Mr. Forney, can you bring your mic up and use that? And then Sergeant Roberts, I'm going to have you just bring that to the group.
Sorry.
That's fine. Great, thanks.
So after reviewing the video from John's Auto Sales, and then there was another video that you reviewed as well, correct?
Just Sugars and John's at that point in
Okay.
time, yes.
Okay, and at that time, you'd come to the conclusion that he didn't actually take that route?
He did not go by that business during those times that would have matched what he had told us in the interview room, that he left Sugars, drove straight to the house, went back to, then left that, came back into town, and went back to his apartment.
Now, were you involved in gathering any more evidence in this case after Sugars?
Yes, we continued to try to gather up other pieces of evidence or anything that would corroborate Mr. Brammer's story, which is why I called him back in on the 17th to verify and try to pinpoint our times so that we could better understand and have knowledge of when he did actually go out that direction.
That's all I've got for this witness, Judge.
Any cross?
You are head of the detectives, but you're a sergeant, right?
I'm a sergeant, yes.
Okay, so when we don't refer to you as a detective. At what point did this change from a missing persons to a criminal investigation?
Well, it for sure 100% changed when Eileen's body was found. But we knew that after several days that, you know, if not being able to find her, not being able to track her phone, not being able to do different things, that we were starting looking in different directions at that point in time to see what may or may not have occurred during that period of time from the 13th until as the investigation continued.
Would it be approximately the 15th?
As far as our investigation?
When it becomes a criminal investigation?
I wouldn't say the 15th, no. It was a missing persons case. That's when we first got our call. The family hadn't seen her since the 13th at whatever time that was. So on the 15th, we received the call that reported her as a missing person. So on the 15th, it was a missing person investigation. There was no crime or anything like that at that point in time that we would be able to point at to say we are investigating a crime. We are investigating a missing person on the 15th.
But weren't you already focused on Mr. Brammer by that time?
Just to gather information. Nicole had provided us with names of people who had possibly seen her that morning or in that time frame from the 13th until the 15th. She had provided us those names of Mike Brockman, of Mr. Brammer, of people that worked there at Sugars that have possibly seen them. So we were trying to gather as much information as we could from those individuals of possible people that would have seen her after the 13th, after she had made contact, the last contact she had made with Nicole. So we were just trying to gather up as much information as we could.
So it's your opinion that on the 15th, it's still a missing persons and you're looking forward to find her?
Correct.
And you're looking at everybody and anybody?
Correct. Anybody that would gather information or give us information, possibly have information on her location or whereabouts.
Did you have any other involvement in any other videos, looking at any other photos, anything else?
Working with the detectives in the office, tracking down video after the 13th, any video that we could find of possible locations for her.
Well, when I talked earlier to one of the detectives, he said that you make a report every time you do one of those little projects, right?
You create a supplement report, yes.
Okay. What projects did you get involved in?
I was involved in the Mr. Brammer's interview on the 17th. I was involved in talking to other individuals who had possibly seen her from the time of the 13th to the 15th. I was involved.
Who are you referring to there?
I believe Michael Brockman, Megan at Sugars, who was the general manager. Trying to think if I had actually talked to anybody else. I may have talked to one other individual, and I'm sorry, I can't remember their name right now. But yeah, just talking to them as far as when they last saw her. Did she say anything to them as far as that she was going to go somewhere, what she was going to do?
Were you involved in getting any of the videos from the apartments or any other businesses?
No, I did not.
Okay. How many times did you interview Mr. Brammer?
3 times.
On what dates did you interview him?
On the 15th, the video you just saw. On the 17th, at the police station as well. And on the 18th, at his granddaughter's apartment.
And you're saying it's still by the 18th you are treating this as a missing persons case?
Correct. I have no other information that would lead me to believe that it was anything else. I'm just trying to track down and follow video, fill in that video time, fill in that time space during that missing period, during the 13th. Just trying to verify all the information that Mr. Brammer had given us to say, okay, yes, everything he has told us matches. But at that point in time, up until the 17th, up until the 18th, we were unable to do that.
As a matter of fact, you were verifying that it wasn't true, wasn't you?
No, we were just trying to verify his information. Not that it wasn't true. I mean, if he's telling us the truth, then we would be able to see it and find it on the video. So that's what we were trying to do.
You went to John's Auto and said he didn't go by there, right?
Correct. We knew that at that time he did not go by there.
So that was from the 15th interview. So when you interviewed him on the 17th, you already had information that you said he had given you was incorrect.
He gave us other information on the 17th that said he went to a different location. That instead of going straight out to Mr. Brockman's, that they actually went into town, went to 25th Street and Avenue B, which is where her mother lived, at the Dudley Court Apartments at that location. He then told us that he let Ilene out and she went inside for a period of time to grab items from her mother. Some of those items being a safe that she wanted to get out of her mother's house that she then brought back out to the car. So he said then after that, then they drove directly back out to Mr. Brockman's. And we were able to track him down Canesville, but again, when he gave us those times, we went to John's Auto to see if his truck would have went by at that time, and we still did not find it.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yeah, a couple follow-up questions, Judge. So you learned about a Mike Brockman.
Correct.
And did you follow up on Mike Brockman and his story?
Yes, we did.
And you learned of is it Tim Kelly?
Yeah, in that interview, I believe one of the other detectives would have talked to him, but if he was ever interviewed. But yes, I did not interview Tim Kelly or Tim Teely.
But so is law enforcement following up on that?
Correct.
Okay. And you're following up on the defendant's story that he took Ilene from Sugars to Mike Brockman's house that morning.
Correct.
Okay. And you're just trying to figure out whether, in fact, that is truth or whether it's not, right?
That is correct.
And sometimes people will try to be truthful and then they just forget. Is that correct?
Yeah, they may have forgotten time frames or whatever it may be, but I mean, that piece of information had to be verified so that we could move on to other locations or whatever. Somebody else would have grabbed her or picked her up, and we could have then verified those stories, yes.
And then you interview, and there's other times when you interview and individuals you believe that they're lying, right?
Yes, sometimes, yes.
Okay. So this is a process, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you also have law enforcement out there canvassing, pulling videos from all over the place, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't just the defendant that you were interviewing on the 15th and the 17th, correct?
That is correct.
And your main goal is to find Ilene?
That is correct.
No further questions, sir.
Thank you. You may step down, Sergeant. Next witness.
This will be the first one. I can. Yeah.
Who's the state call?
Judge, the state would call Detective Ronald Brannigan.
Detective Brannigan? Yes, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Judge. State your full and complete name.
My name is Ron Brannigan.
And you're not a detective anymore, are you?
I am not.
Are you recently retired?
Yes.
Okay. What's your occupation now?
I am the risk manager for the city of Council Bluffs.
Okay. But before that, what was your job?
I was a detective for the Council Bluffs Police Department.
And how many years did you do that?
16 years.
And in what capacity were you in through those 16 years?
Detective. 28 years as in law enforcement with the police department, 16 years as a detective.
And what kind of cases have you investigated through the years as an investigator?
Pretty much everything from simple theft all the way through death investigations.
I'm guessing you had some training along with your experience?
Yes, I have.
Through the years? What would some of your training be?
We have training in crime scene management, forensics, interviewing and interrogation, different aspects of that. Just ongoing training.
So you came into this case at a certain juncture, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't start off as the lead investigator?
I was not.
Okay. So when did you kind of come into this case?
February 17th, I was asked by my sergeant, Sergeant Roberts. He was investigating a missing persons case, and he asked me to assist him with an interview that he had on that day, on the 17th.
And did you assist him?
I did. I didn't have a lot of time to get up to speed on the case. He grabbed me as I was coming back from my lunch, and I think he had the interview set for like between 1 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So he gave me a verbal rundown to bring me up to speed verbally on some of the things that they've already done and what the basis of the case was.
And were you already aware that the defendant was interviewed on the 15th?
Yes, he did tell me that he had been interviewed on the 15th, and we needed to go over a few things in this next interview.
So what did you know before you stepped into that interview on the 17th?
Well, I knew that the information that he provided Sergeant Roberts on the 15th was not true and accurate. He mentioned that he had picked up the victim at her place of business, Sugars, and took her to Mike Brockman's residence, which was a customer a regular customer at Sugars, and an acquaintance of hers that she was temporarily staying.
And you were present in the interview of the defendant on February 17th with Sergeant Roberts?
Correct.
Okay. Can I approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm handing you what's marked for identification. It's Exhibit 5B.
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
This is the interview with Sam Brammer.
Did you review it?
I did.
Did you initial it?
I did.
And does this accurately represent the interview that took place on February 17th, 2023?
Yes, it does.
Judge, I'd like to offer Exhibit 5B.
Any objection to 5B? 5B is received.
Judge, permission to publish.
You are granted permission to publish.
Sam, this is Detective Brannigan. Okay. He's going to sit in with me today, all right? Okay. Did you do quick? Yeah. You want to hold on to that? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right, Sam. Like I said on the phone, I said one of the things that we forgot to do, or I forgot to do, was grab that information off of your phone, the text messages, different things like that you had with Eileen on that day. So, with your permission, I would like to take the phone here real quick. I got a guy here that's just going to download that stuff for us. It just makes it easier for us. So. Fill this out real quick. What kind of phone do you have here?
I'm not sure what kind it is. It's for Boost. Don't even say.
Serial number, we can get that. Do you have a password to get in here?
Mm-hmm.
No password, no
No
nothing?
password, just get right in there.
All right. So if I could get you your consent right there, just sign it right there, date it. The date there is today's 17th, 02/17, and it is 1:52. I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab this again. He'll fill out the rest of this information. Okay. All right. Thank you. Perfect. All right. It's been a long couple days. Whew. Yeah.
I tried going yesterday for a while, and then I was like, yeah, they had taxi. I couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Right in early, like,
Yeah.
had to get out of there.
Yeah. You said that Nicole's uncle came and saw you?
Last night.
Okay.
Him and some other dude tried to get me to give him the guy's address, the one that supposedly did something to her. And I told him I didn't know the address. And I said the best thing I would do is stop getting Jay, because Jay's the one that took all of her stuff back when she left my son's. And I didn't hear no more after that.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess another reason why I have you here today is I really need to try to tighten down, times on that Monday morning so that I can do whatever I can to try to find out what's going on with Eileen here. I don't know if she grabbed money and said, see you later, have a nice day, I'm going somewhere else. I don't know if, whatever, I don't know. But the other day when we were in here, you told me that you got a phone call from her and you went to pick her up from work. So if you could do me a favor and just kind of go through that timeline again. We know that it was somewhere right around at 8:30. So if you can just kind of go through that timeline again as far as...
I'm not too sure on the time.
Okay.
But anyway, she texted me that morning, and I didn't text her back. I called her. and she wanted to know if I would come and get her, because some girl was supposed to pick her up, and she ran out of gas. So I went and picked her up, and she got in the truck, I left, and she wanted to talk to me about helping her get in the apartment. Because she lived in the same apartment building I did, but she didn't pay her rent, so she got kicked out. So, but she didn't want to go home right away. So me and her just went right down Broadway, and then she wanted to stop at her mom's house. I stopped at her mom's house, and she was in there for, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes. She come out of there, got back in, and then was going back down Broadway, just talking some more. And she promised me, she wanted me to drop her back off at his house. But she made me to promise I wouldn't do nothing to him for what he tried out her 2 nights in a row, and I told her I promise. As a matter of fact, when you get there, you just get out, you walk in front of the truck, I'll turn around and I'll leave. And she says, okay. And I can't remember how long after that. I went home, I was laying in bed, and I know it was her knocking on my window. She can't get in my apartment unless you have the key. You know what I mean? And I know she was pretty well drunk. So anyway, I ignored her. It left, and that's when she texted me back and wanted to know if I could talk to Emmy and see if she would come back home, that he had raped her. Okay. And that's when I lost it. I said, you could have told me this earlier, you know what I mean? You could have told me this shit earlier. So I don't know if she was afraid that I would do something to him or what, I don't know. So then her boss called me and wanted to know if I knew where she was at. She was supposed to get to work. And I texted her and told her that Megan said, you're supposed to be at work. And she didn't answer me back after that at all.
Okay. All right.
And then today, I got on my phone after I talked to you, I was just going through, and I hit her name, and it said she was on an hour ago.
She was on what?
She was online an hour ago, on Facebook an hour ago.
It showed her on Facebook?
Yeah, it said she was on there an hour ago. Yeah. So I don't know what else going on.
Okay.
When was that?
Today. Right after I got done talking to him.
You got Facebook, and you got on and saw her that she was on Facebook.
Yeah, it says, you hit her name, and it tells you how long it's been since she was last on. It said like an hour.
Okay. All right. Did you go to her page or anything and look and see if she had any posts or anything like that?
Yeah, I went through the post, and all of a sudden, it comes up where she's missing.
Okay.
So I don't know how she put that on there. Her missing like that.
Okay, unless somebody else got onto her, and it doesn't know whether it's her or not, somebody just logged into her profile, right?
Yeah, they have to know her account number.
Exactly, they'd have to
Wouldn't
know.
they?
Yeah, they'd have to know the password.
Anyway, it's her.
I think maybe Nicole might have had some of that information.
Yeah, but she's ruining this case for you guys, because she's got everybody running every which way but loose.
Well, yeah,
And just like the other day, she told me that her mom said two women brought her to her house to get her safe. And that's not true.
Was that when you took her there?
Yeah, that's when I took her and she ran out and came back.
Let's get this hammered down, all right? When you took her there and everything, so you picked her up from Sugars, is that right?
Right.
And then you basically went to her mom's house.
Right. As we was talking about me co-signing for getting an apartment right behind.
Okay.
She lost her license. All she had to do was walk to work, which is pretty cool, but she couldn't do it in her name.
Okay. So tell me what route you went to mom's house. Just which way?
She wanted to talk to me, and she said, "Oh, by the way, I want to go to my mom's house."
Where's mom's house at?
Oh, wow. 25th and B, I think.
25th and B. Okay.
25th B or 20 something A or something.
Okay.
It's one of the two.
25th and B. So you're driving from Sugars to basically 25th and B.
Right.
But you want to talk while you're doing it. So just tell me which way you.
We were just talking about how I could help her get into that place.
Sure.
And she didn't want her daughter to know anything, because her daughter, we've been together for like 2 years. And when she gets drunk, I can't take it, so I make her leave. Well, I think her daughter finally got tired of it, and she finally told her, if I catch you talking and trying to get back with him, you're not going to see your grandkids anymore. You know?
Sure.
No, I don't know if that's true or not, I don't know, but that's what Eileen told me about it.
Okay.
So then anyway, when we left there, we was going to work, then ask you questions about the employees there. Want to know if I had an affair with my boss, which I can't remember her name, and her sister.
Donna.
There's Don and Donna. Don, there's two. Donna. Yeah, but her sister's name is something. They're real close. Well, anyway, I can't keep track of the names of it. And I said, no, what makes you say that? And she goes, because the way they treat me every time I come to work. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I have nothing to do with those two. And the only thing that made me mad, when I go pick her up from work, she'd get up at 8. We wouldn't get there until 9, 9:30. I'd do her silverware, and she'd be outside drinking and smoking, which I don't understand why she couldn't hurry up and do it. So we go home and do this. You know what I mean? Well, my granddaughter wouldn't let us smoke in our house anyway. So I don't know. But I mean, she was just.
So let's get back to the day that you picked her up at church, right? And you went to 25th and B to that Dudley Court, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you drove there to Dudley Court, how long were you there?
Oh, man, I don't know.
Estimate. I mean, were you there for 5 minutes? Or were you there for 30 minutes?
I don't know. By guessing, maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
She just went in for a little while. Did you stay in the truck and wait for her, or did you go in with her?
No, I pulled right up front. She ran inside, did what she had to do, and then she came out. When she came out, that's when.
What she said she had to do inside the apartments there? Why did she want to go to her mom's house that day?
She just said she wanted to talk to her mom. That's what she told me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Did she come out with anything? Did she have
Yeah,
anything?
she had a purse, and she had a black safe with her.
She had the safe with her?
She had a safe with her.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, did she just hold the safe? She just hold on to it? What did she do with it then?
No, she got it in the passenger side. She set the safe on the thing, and then she put her purse beside her, and that's when I took her home.
Okay, so you took her, and where's home at?
I don't know the address. It's down by Sugar's, right across the street.
Right across the street from Sugar's?
I want to say, what, maybe 2-3 miles?
I mean, okay, so it's not the apartments there by Sugar's. She lives down.
That's the apartment she was wanting to get into. But for meanwhile, she was living with some guy, a customer, at Sugar's. And he's the one where she was living with.
Okay, and that's the one that's down the highway?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I don't know the address now.
That's fine. That's fine. Do you know what road it's off of, though?
No.
Okay, you just.
The first time I took her is when she told me about it.
Okay.
So I called my son and said, please let her come back. This guy's messing with her. And he said, okay. So then I told her, get a truck. We got a truck. I took her over there, and she was kind of drunk. We couldn't find it first. And then she finally remembered some kind of a pole or some shit. She goes, turn here. So I turned her, I pulled up. She gets out, walks behind the house, goes around, gets her clothes, comes back, gets in, and that's when we left. I took her straight to my son's house.
Okay. All right. After you left Dudley Court, did you go down Kingsville to go down there again? You just drive right down Kingsville, or did you go somewhere else?
Right down Broadway.
Right down Broadway.
Yeah.
And then, so.
No.
So what time do you think that was?
Oh, come on now.
No, I'm serious. I'm just wondering. I mean, because we need to verify all this.
I want to say it's between. 8:30, 9:30, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay, so if you pick
I was sitting on the way back.
let's say you picked her up from Sugar's at about 8:30, and then you went to 25th and B, and then you came back. That's possibly about a half an hour round trip, maybe. Is that in the ballpark? So maybe you're
I'm not sure how long.
Okay, we need to be able to verify.
Yeah.
Because
like I said, I'm not too sure on the time.
Okay. That's what I'm asking you, ballpark.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to tell me exactly what time you got her back to
I'm
the
just
house.
estimating. I mean, I may be off a little. I don't know.
And that's fine. We can be off.
Yeah.
We just need a ballpark, but I need to have a ballpark.
Yeah.
So, are you thinking it's about a half hour after you picked her up initially, or could it be an hour, 45 minutes?
Let's go 45 to an hour.
Okay. All right. So
I'm not too sure.
So no.
Yes.
I mean, we have to verify all this stuff because right now you're the last person who saw her. Okay, that we know of, that we absolutely know of. So that's why we have to absolutely track this down and to take it step by step. I'm not trying to come down on you or anything, I just want to express the importance of being able to have a good timeline. So when you got her back sometime between 9:30, we're going to go for a half hour to an hour, okay? That's going to be about the timeline. You got her down there, and it's that road you take straight out from the old Kmart, right?
Right.
Okay, and it's somewhere off of there is where you drop her.
I don't know if that's the old way to Kmart or not. No, Kmart used to be right next to Sugars.
Right.
Right. So you go to the end of Sugars, at the end of Dead Road, turn and go straight.
And go straight up. Yeah, like you're going down.
There you go.
Okay. Okay, so you went up the old Highway 191 is what that was used to be called.
Yeah.
Okay, so you went up there, you dropped her off, then what'd you do?
And as soon as I pulled up, and she didn't want me going to the driveway in case he was there.
Okay.
And she got out of the truck. When she got out of the truck, she walked in front of the truck, and that's when I went straight, turned around, and came back.
Okay.
And I hit straight home.
So you went back down to the highway, went back down to Kingsville?
You left her there?
Huh?
You left her there?
Yeah.
Or you?
No, she got out of the truck. She didn't want me to come in.
Just a second ago, you said she went in, grabbed clothes, came back out to your truck, and you guys left again.
No. That was at her mom's house.
Okay, I'm just making.
No, I'm sorry. The night that she told me, that was Friday night, is when she told me the guy attacked her. That's when I took her over there, and it took a while to find it because she was drunk. She got out of the truck, went and got all her clothes, came back, and that's when I took her to my son's house. She spent the night at my son's house. And then the next morning when I got off work, I was supposed to come and pick her up, and we were going to talk about where she wanted to stay. Well, the time I got off, her son Jay picked her up and took her back over there.
Okay.
Now you see what I'm saying?
Okay, because it was confusing there for a second about what happened there, what the timeline was there, so.
Yeah, the night that she went and got her clothes, that was a Friday night when she told me he was messing with her.
Yeah, we're just worried about Monday, Monday.
Well, you said I went and got her clothes.
Yeah.
No.
We just had the days of stuff. We're following you now.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you do after you dropped her off?
As soon as I dropped her off, I went straight home.
You went straight home?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what time you got home?
No.
Okay. Do you?
I don't know, 45 minutes.
Okay.
Hour maybe after I dropped her off. I'm not sure.
Okay.
And then that's when I fell asleep. And then I heard her. I know it was her out there picking on the glass. I know it was. And so
What time was that?
I'm not sure. My text it should tell you.
Okay. So when you got home, was there anybody else there?
No, it was just me.
Just you.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so you got home and you stayed home the rest of the day. Is that?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Where do you normally park when you get home? You live at Cottonwood, right?
Yeah. I park right on the street.
Right out on the street, like 34th Street?
Yeah.
Is that, okay, so it's been a long time since I've been down there. You access that off of 34th Street, and then is it the building that faces 34th Street? Is that the building that you live in?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so you park right there on the street. Okay, went home, you stayed there, and what time, I mean, you don't remember, but you have text messages that you think, did you actually see her, or did you just think that was her night?
That's right. I know it was her voice.
You know it was her voice? Okay.
She's got this weird voice when she's drunk. He heard it.
Okay, all right, okay, so she was drunk and she was calling and you just ignored her?
Yeah.
Okay, and then she left?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a ballpark of what time that was. We can't look in your phone.
I just woke up.
I know, it's tough, we're just trying to keep this, get this timeline.
1:15 maybe, something like that.
In the afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay. Because where would the window be that she would have been knocking on? Would it be facing 34th Street? I don't know.
No, on the other side.
It's on the other side.
If you go up on 34th, you'll see my apartment. So it's in between two buildings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So she would have went around the other side.
Yeah.
Knocked on the window. Okay. All right. About 1 p.m., 1:30, somewhere around there.
Yeah, somewhere there.
Okay. And then what?
That's when she texts me and wanted to know if I could talk to him. He let her stay there, and I said, I know you're drunk. And then that's when she sent me a text back
responsible for her at that point? Okay. All right. I think I got that straight now. It just took a little while to get the timeline there. Okay. I apologize for making you go through that again. I'm just trying to get it straight in my head, you know what I'm saying?
The timeline's gotta be weird, I mean. Yeah, that was you. I talked to Nicole. Yesterday I went to work. After I vacuumed, I had bad feelings because I helped her clean for 6 or 7 months in the morning. And then I go in the back, and then somebody give that girl a phone number that works there. It was like 10 o'clock at night, calling her, asking a bunch of questions about Eileen. And she more or less was taking that on me, which I had nothing to do with that. I ain't got no control over who Nicole's friends are, you know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah. Nicole's just worried, you know, her mom's not around, and it's not a good thing. I mean, daughters are going to react to things in different ways. I mean, yeah, that would, you know, what she's doing right now is sure as heck isn't helping, but she is reacting to different things in different ways, you know, just based off of her feelings. So, I'm glad that, you came back in today and talked, because the other day when we had you in here, you talked and tell me if I'm wrong here, but when you said that you picked her up at 8:30 in the morning, which Megan was able to send us video that showed that you picked her up about 8:32 is when you picked her up.
Which I did pick her up.
Yeah, no, you did. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah. Basically, you told me that you went straight to Mike's house, the house.
No. Remember when I told you she got a car, then that's when we just discussed about me.
Yeah, I asked you, I said, what did you talk about on your way to Mike's house? And you said about the apartment, just like you just said.
Well, yeah, just going.
Yeah, I thought, my assumption was you went straight there, dropped her off, and at 2 or 3 miles you talked about what was going on.
I was taking her to her, yeah. I didn't take her straight there.
Okay. So, yeah, so now I have to, because I just have to verify everything, you know, and video sure is
What I want to know,
hand.
how come you guys can't find out who took her clothes and put them behind the bar?
Oh, I know who did that.
Oh, you do know?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, and Nicole went and picked them up, so yeah, I know how that happened.
Okay.
Did she leave anything in your truck or anything like that when she left, when you dropped her off, or did she take everything with her?
I think she had a saver in her purse, and she got them both.
All right, okay.
And when she took that to Mike's house when you let her off.
Right.
So she grabbed the safe and the purse and everything else and took it to Mike's
That's all she had, was a purse and her safe. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's something I can confirm.
And I don't know who that woman is that was supposed to pick her up to run out of gas. I don't know who that was.
Okay.
So,
All right. Yeah. This is kind of getting more dire by the day, so we just need to make sure that we got the information correct and got everything lined up, okay? So that's all we're doing. We're just
and
making
then that guy
sure.
last night showed up, man. He's a big boy.
I don't know. Yeah.
And he goes, you got to tell me the address. And I think he's not lying to him. I said, look, I don't know.
Okay.
And he looked at me like I was lying to him. I said, I'll tell you what, you just go pick up Jay, and Jay will take you right over here, because he's the one that took her back the second time.
Okay. All right. Well, now we can move on from here. I don't know how much longer it's going to take for him on that phone, but I will find out and let you know here real quick, okay?
Whatever you do, please,
I can't think of anything else.
whatever you do, please don't erase that message of her.
We're not erasing any of it.
The one on
The voicemail?
phone call. Yeah, that's,
No, I want to erase the voicemail.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Be right back.
Okay, Sam, we're going through the timeline here that you gave us, and we got a small little snap here, right, that we need to talk to you about, okay? So, you said after you dropped her off, out there off of Highway 191 at that residence, you headed back to your apartment. We checked some of our cameras, okay, and we have camera at 36th and Broadway,
and we have your truck going westbound at 9:28 a.m. going to Omaha. Okay, when you pass 36th and Broadway heading west. So you didn't go home, you went over to Omaha, it looks like. Do you remember what you did, or you saw?
I don't remember going home.
Where'd you go?
I told you I went straight home. I don't remember going home.
Well, the camera doesn't lie. It's your truck and it's your license plate number.
Right.
Okay. At 36th and Broadway at 9:28 a.m. Going west toward 480. And then 1 hour later, you're coming back from Omaha, and you're coming eastbound, coming back into Council Bluffs. 1 hour later.
I don't remember going home.
Where'd you go?
I went straight home.
Okay.
I know I wasn't that drunk.
All right. What I'd like to do is we'd like to look a little bit further in your phone and get the location information off of it so that we can see, hopefully, I don't know if we'll even be able to get that, but we'd like to try to get location of where you went during that time. Okay? Is that all right? Is that okay with you?
You bet.
It's going to take a little bit longer, but given this information, we just got to know.
I don't remember it.
Exactly. And if you could tell me, if you could remember it, yeah, we wouldn't have to do this, but I think this will help us. Would that be all right if we did that?
Yeah.
Okay. It may take about a half hour for this to get done. Is that all right? Because he's done with it, getting the text messages off it. But to get location, it's going to be a little bit longer.
I'll let you know so we can get started.
All right. I appreciate your cooperation.
You tell my granddaughter, hang on.
I will do.
You know, and if you remember anything, believe me, I know. You just forget things, you know, and you're not thinking about it. So it's just you get confronted with it, and then heck, I don't know what the heck I did. Sometimes I don't remember what I had for dinner last night. So.
I do not remember going home.
Okay. Well, I believe you. I believe you don't recall. We need to nail this down because
In Omaha.
well, you're at 36th and Broadway, going west, and the only other way you're going west. Where else are you going to go? From 36th and Broadway, right?
I just don't remember going Omaha.
Okay. That's fine.
It's the thing here, okay?
Yeah, and that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that we can get some location that you didn't run down to Pettit's and get some donuts or something or anything like that. Okay, all right. Okay. She didn't ask you to go anywhere for her, did she? Okay. All right. So, but you remember going home?
Yeah, I remember going home.
But you stayed there, but you just don't remember going to, do you remember what route you took to go home?
I want to say Broadway.
Just went down Broadway and then you would turn on 35th Street.
Right.
But, except you passed 35th Street here according to our cameras, because this is 36th going west. So, think about that. Okay, no, that's fine. What about, how about when you picked her up and you went to Dudley Court, do you remember which direction? Did you stay on Kingsville all the way to 25th Street, or did you go a different route to 25th Street, 25th and B? Did you
I thought it was down Broadway.
You thought it was down Broadway?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you stop and talk with anybody in between? No. So you didn't make any stops in between? You picked her up and went straight to Dudley Court and back? You didn't, no stops or anything that you can remember? You didn't stop for gas or anything like that? Didn't stop for any breakfast?
I stopped for gas right there by Sugars. After I dropped her off.
After you dropped her off up there, you stopped for gas?
At Casey's.
At Casey's.
Right there by the water. So I got gas.
After you dropped her off?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would have been, we're still thinking somewhere around 9:30-ish, right? Well, it had to have been before that because we got you at 36th and Broadway at 9:30. So we're talking about maybe 9:15. You stopped and got gas at Casey's?
I'm not sure. If you're going to do that thing on my phone, it should tell you.
Yeah, well, just in case, I want to get as much information from you because we don't know what we're going to get for the phone. We may not get anything for the phone. It's hard saying. So How did you pay for the gas? Did you pay cash or did you use card?
Cash.
Cash, okay.
Yeah.
At Casey's. Okay.
Yeah, we'll be able to get the timeline from them because we'll go in there and grab video just to make sure, just so that our timeline is well put together, so we can grab video from them. As long as we got kind of an idea, they'll be able to show us that he came in, paid cash for the gas, and left.
You know what? See, I don't know if it was Monday. That might have been Sunday. I can't remember.
When you got gas?
No. She needed cigarettes.
Okay.
And she was at 4 Aces in Omaha.
Okay.
But I don't think it was Monday.
4 Aces?
Yeah, over in Omaha.
Where's 4 Aces at?
Oh, shit. It's down by my son's house. I'm not sure the address. But I thought that was Sunday when she went to go get cigarettes. But it was setting on my phone if it happened that day. I don't think it was that. I don't think it was Monday.
Okay.
I really don't.
Fine. Like I said, we're not going to put too much into your phone because we don't know what we're going to get from your phone. I really want you to tell us I'd love to have it off your phone, but just in case it's not there, that's why I'm still talking to you. You know, I mean, we don't know what we're going to get.
But that would be the only reason, if I did go to Omaha, like you say, that would be the only thing that she needed, probably cigarettes, because they're cheaper over there.
But you would have already dropped her off there to get cigarettes. I mean, you wouldn't have had her.
That's what I don't think so. If she needed cigarettes, she'd been with me.
Right.
That's when I'm getting messed up on the time.
Okay, so you say maybe it was Sunday. Was she with you on Sunday? You got to forgive me. I'm just coming into this. I'm just taking notes here, and I kind of took over. I probably should have.
Yeah, I was with her Sunday, and then that's when she went. I had to stay to work, and that's when Jay come and got her. It might have been Monday. It might have been the same day. I'm not sure.
Okay.
And that might have been the day we.
Why'd you go to 4 Aces to get cigarettes when you could have stopped at numerous amount of places in between?
They're cheaper in Omaha.
Oh, okay.
Her brand is cheaper.
Okay.
She usually goes there like once a week, gets a carton.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to see what if we're able to get anything from your phone. Do you need anything to drink? You need a cup of coffee or water or anything?
Take coffee.
All right. If there's none made, it's going to take a little bit to make pop, but I'll get you some coffee. All right. Would you like to go sit down with your granddaughter out there? And, I don't know if you know.
I want to have a cigarette at least.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, absolutely.
But if you look at that, you said I was on Broadway going to Omaha.
Yeah, you were westbound from 36th Street, so you're already past 36th Street. So that's where the camera is at 36th Street.
That shows you right there. I should have been by myself.
Well, you can't see. All you can see is the truck. You can't see anybody inside the truck.
Oh.
So basically, I mean, I can show you the picture of it. It's a picture downward angle of the back of your truck, and it shows the license plate. So that's how we knew it was your truck.
I don't remember getting.
Detective Brannigan, this interview was on the 17th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Eileen went missing on the 13th.
Yes.
So fair to say that was only 4 days had gone by since she'd been missing when you did that interview?
That's correct.
And the defendant, he claims that the last time he saw her was on the 13th?
Yes.
Okay. Are timelines important for you?
Very important.
Why is that?
Well, it gives us a time frame to look for certain things. We need to know times to look for video, for example. We can't just review 24 hours worth of video. It's just not possible. We don't have the man hours or the ability to do something like that. We have to narrow it down. In a missing persons case, it's even more important because, the longer they're missing, the more important it is to find out where they really were at one single point in time, so we can look there and start finding other leads to where they may have gone or where they are.
So after your interview on the 17th with the defendant, was there anything about that interview from an investigation standpoint that was interesting to you?
Well, yes.
And what was that?
His story changed again. And
in what way?
Well, it changed from his first, obviously. Went from picking her up at Sugar's and taking her straight out to Mike Brockman's. And this time it was picking her up at Sugar's, going to her mother's house, Dudley Court, and then coming back to Brockman's. And in the midst of that, we talked about the apartments.
And that changed the time frame again, correct?
It changed the time frame again. And then, of course, was the truck on camera heading west into Omaha at 9:28 in the morning that he didn't mention.
Because in his when he's talking to law enforcement in that interview, he says about 45 minutes to an hour. What time would that have put him at Mike Brockman's house?
Well, 45 minutes to an hour, that would put him at Mike Brockman's house around 9:30 on the far side, an hour from the time that he picked her up.
Where did you have him at 9:30?
Well, at 9:30, he's driving west toward Omaha on Broadway.
Now, there was a point in time where the defendant discusses Four Aces.
Correct.
What is that?
Four Aces is a store that they sell cigarettes and things like that. I've never stepped foot in the Four Aces, so I can't tell you what's inside Four Aces. I just know that they do sell cigarettes and alcohol and things like that.
Did law enforcement try to find any video from any of the Four Aces?
We did. There's actually two Four Aces. We weren't really sure if he was telling us the truth. There's one on South, I think around Leavenworth, and there's one on North 30th. The one on North 30th would be the one that's closer to his son's house.
And how close would that be?
I'm sorry?
How close would that be?
To Council Bluffs?
No, to his son's house.
To his son's house. His son at the time lived on Fontenelle Boulevard, so I'm not really well versed with Omaha streets, but I know it's not that far from Fontenelle Boulevard. They're both North Omaha area.
Did you make any observations about the defendant's demeanor or body language?
Yeah, he...
Overrule it, I'll allow an answer.
He seemed a little nervous. His body language would change often from an open to a closed demeanor when we were confronting him with inconsistencies. You could see he laid back, creating space between his interviewer, me, and himself. At times he would again close himself up. Other times he would be open, but he maintained that perceived distance as he's laying back away from me.
So one thing about the story is that seems consistent is that he picked her up from Sugar's. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so were you able to watch the videos of him picking her up from Sugar's?
Yes.
Okay. And that what was the date and time?
The date was the 13th. The timestamp is going to be off. I did speak with the owner, Megan, about that. It was never adjusted for daylight savings time, going back to standard time. So it shows, I think, 9:32. In actuality, it's 8:32 in the morning.
Got it. Did you ever learn the make and model of the defendant's truck?
Yeah, it's a 1999 dark blue Ford F-150.
Anything identifiable about the truck?
Very identifiable. There's a lot of aftermarket additions on that truck. There's a brush guard, chrome brush guard. On the brush guard, he's got his fog lights, driving lights. He's got an LED light bar. There's a chrome gas cap, tonneau cover over the back. There's stickers in the back window, very identifiable. There's some fading on the hood of the truck, from the paint's fading. It's just a very identifiable truck.
Judge, at this time I would like to publish Exhibit 3.
These are Sugar's video and photos.
And 3 has been received?
Yes, Judge.
Permission to publish granted. This is another video. Why don't you pause it just for a minute? As with other videos, this one, I can't say for certain, but with all the audios and videos, there may be some redacting, just if I've made other rulings. I don't think I've made specific rulings on this case, on this video.
Now, did you ever learn that Eileen actually walked into Sugar's?
Yes.
And was that the video of it?
Yes, it was.
Anything about her walk or anything that's unusual?
Just that it was seemed perfectly normal.
Okay. Judge, I'd also like to publish Exhibits 3B. Publish Exhibit 3B at this time, Judge. It's already been offered into evidence.
Permission granted.
I'd like to offer Exhibit 3C, or excuse me, publish Exhibit 3C that's already offered into evidence.
You may.
Now, you've identified his truck. Is this the defendant's truck?
Yes, it is.
And what is this image indicating?
That is his truck crossing in front of Sugar's. Eileen is in the passenger seat.
And approximately what time is it?
That is going to be approximately 8:32 in the morning, timestamp 9:32.
Did you ever talk with Mike Brockman?
Yes.
And what was your conversation with Mike Brockman?
The conversation with Mike Brockman was about how he knew Eileen, the time that she spent with him, and specifically what they did the morning of the 13th.
And did you ever obtain or see any video of Mike Brockman bringing property back to Sugar's?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to publish Exhibit 3D.
You may.
So going back to the timeline, we just watched some videos of Sugars, of the defendant leaving with Ilene at 8:32. Were you able to track the defendant's movements after that?
Yes, I was.
And how did you go about doing that?
Well, using the timeline that he gave us, we also utilized a system called Flock. And Flock is a license plate reader system. It also identifies vehicles without license plates. And we can put in certain aspects about a vehicle type, color, model, and have it search for those vehicles. And it can give us a list of several, could be several hundred, could be several thousand vehicles, but we can try to limit the time frame that where the camera picks up those vehicles. And that, again, is where the time frame comes in handy. But we were able to locate his vehicle on Flock, which gave us a pretty good timeline to check our public works cameras at specific times, intersection cameras throughout the city.
Were you able to pull anything from any video from private businesses?
Yes, we were. Once we had an idea of where that truck was going and what time, we were able to approach businesses. Again, that's where the timeline comes in very, very handy. We can't approach a private business and say, we'd like to have, the last 30 hours of video for this date, these dates, and then have to watch all of that. We want to go in and request specific time frames, and then it's easier to review, easier to find evidence.
Excuse me just a minute, Mr. Forney. I want to make sure the jury is able to hear both counsel and the witness. Just to make sure, Mr. Forney, if you could pull your mic a little closer. And very well. And take the brand again, if you could just bring yours down just a little bit. Great, thank you.
So after seeing defendant's truck leaving at 8:32 at Sugars, where's the next point in time where you can actually see the vehicles or the defendant's truck?
He's picked up at Frank and Canesville, heading westbound at about 8:37.
My approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm handing you what's marked as Exhibit 4A.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
For identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the defendant's 1999 Ford pickup truck caught on a Flock camera.
Do you know the location?
The location is Canesville and Frank Street.
Do you know the time?
The time is 8:37.
Judge State would like to offer Exhibit 4A.
Any objection to 4A? Okay. 4A is received.
State would like to publish 4A if we could.
You may.
Now, on 4A, you were talking about some of those identifiable features. Can you identify some of those in this photo here?
Yes. He has the tonneau cover, the rails on the back there. You can see the brush guard on the front, the specific stickers, the unique stickers on the back window, the Euro tail lights, and of course the license plate is clearly readable and does come back to his vehicle.
Now, you'd mentioned something about a gas cap. Now, obviously, the gas cap would be on the other side of this vehicle. What was it about the gas cap?
It was chrome.
And in this exhibit, which direction is the defendant driving?
Westbound.
Now, in the interview, the defendant had discussed going to Dudley Court. And were you able to pull any video or photo evidence of Dudley Court?
Yes, we were.
And what did you pull there?
We did receive video, I believe. There's no exterior video at Dudley Court, so we weren't able to get video of her exiting a vehicle or when that vehicle arrived. But we do have her coming in the door, and I believe it's about 8:45 a.m. It shows her walking through the building, going to an apartment, coming back out, and exiting the building.
And who was she with?
She was with Sam Brammer. Well, she was alone when she walked into the building, I'm sorry.
Who was she with in the vehicle?
Sam Brammer.
Approach that.
You may.
And you what's marked as Exhibit 4B for identification. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is Dudley Court video.
And have you watched it?
I have.
And are your initials on there?
They are.
It's an accurate representation of Dudley Court on February 13, 2023.
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer 4B.
Any objection to 4B?
No objection.
4B is received.
After viewing the video, was there anything unusual about her walk or gait?
Nothing unusual at all.
Now, at Dudley Court, who lives at Dudley Court?
Her mother.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
Meaning what's marked as Exhibit 4 for identification? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And who's that?
That is Eileen.
And where's she at?
She is at Dudley Court.
And what is she doing?
She's walking down the hallway carrying a black safe.
Is that on February 13th?
It's on
2023?
February 13th, yes.
Judge, State would like to offer Exhibit 4.
Any objection to 4? 4 is received.
Permission to publish 4, Judge.
You may.
Now, were you able to make any observations about the clothes that she was wearing on February 13th?
Yes, I was.
And is fair to say that in this Dudley Court picture here that you're able to identify someone?
Absolutely.
And what would your identification be?
If the objection is overruled, I'll allow a question and answer, but the jury is reminded that you are the judge of the facts, and if you have a different observation that to you is clear from the video, you need to rely on that. The objection's overruled because there may be some observations that aren't identifiable in the video. Counsel?
Thank you, Judge. Now, there was some mention of a black safe during the defendant's interview on February 17th. And as a detective, as you're viewing this exhibit, what does that appear that she's carrying?
It appears that she's carrying a black safe.
Where did they go after Dudley Apartments?
They went to Sherwood Apartments.
And in your investigation, did you ever learn why they went to Sherwood Apartments?
Eileen was looking to obtain an apartment there at Sherwood. Sherwood Apartments is directly behind Sugar's. She has no transportation. It's difficult for her to get from point A to point B. She felt that having an apartment right there at Sherwood, she could walk to work and back home. There was also mention that her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend were moving into Sherwood apartment as well. They would be closer. She'd be closer to her daughter, grandchildren.
And were you able to obtain video and photos from Sherwood Apartments?
Yes, we were.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
And two exhibits, both are marked for identification, 4C and 4E.
Okay.
Start with 4C first. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
That is Eileen, and I think Sam is there behind her, standing outside the door to the office at Sherwood.
Okay. And what is the date and time?
Date and time is February 13th, 9:10 a.m.
Let's bring your attention over to 4E. And what is that?
This is the parking lot out front of the office at Sherwood Apartments.
And what is this showing in this photo?
That is showing Sam Brammer's truck leaving the parking lot, heading out. You just catch the back half of his truck, identifiable by the unique stickers in the back window, the Euro taillights, and the chrome gas cap.
And what is the date and time on that?
Date is February 13th, 9:13 a.m.
Judge, your state would offer 4C and 4E.
Any objection to 4C or 4E? Both 4C and 4E are received.
Permission to publish 4C and 4E.
You may.
Again, on 4E, can you tell us where the truck is in this photo?
So the truck is the upper left corner there. You can just see the back of it. You can see the stickers at the back window. And then below that is the chrome gas cap. And then below the chrome gas cap is, of course, the rear tire. If you follow that back, it's hard to see through the limbs of the tree, but you can see the Euro taillight.
Ron, could you, or excuse me, Mr. Brandon, could you please stop or step up and point at that?
I can.
So here's the chrome gas cap. You can see the stickers here on the back window. The Euro tail light is here. The rear wheel of the truck is here. Thank you. Where do they go after Sherwood Apartments?
After Sherwood Apartments, they exit Sherwood Drive onto Canesville. They turn west, and they travel west on Canesville.
Okay. And do we have any video or video exhibits, or excuse me, evidence from the location on Canesville and Frank going west?
Yes, we do.
And about what time were they at that location?
I believe it was, it was near 9:20. I can't remember the time, the exact time on that one.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you 3 exhibits marked for identification: 4F, 4G, and 4H.
Okay.
4F. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, that's the defendant's truck.
Okay. And what location is that?
It's Canesville and Frank Street.
Time?
Time is 9:20.
Date?
Date is the 13th of February.
Handing you 4G. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
Again, that's the defendant's truck.
And what location is that?
That is at 8th Street and West Broadway,
Okay. So which direction is the truck moving in this?
traveling west.
Okay. And the date and time?
Date and time is the 13th of February, 9:22 a.m.
And 4H.
This is, again, the defendant's truck traveling westbound, and this one was at 36th and West Broadway,
Date?
February 13th,
Time?
9:28 a.m.
Judge, the state would offer the exhibits 4F, G, and H.
Any objection? 4, F, 4G, 4H are all received.
Judge, the state would like to publish 4G, 4F, 4H.
You may.
F. Yeah, that's right. Now, on Exhibit 4H, this is, you said this was 36th and West Broadway,
That's correct.
and that is heading which direction?
That is westbound, which is indicated on the bottom line there where it shows West Broadway at 36th, WB, and that indicates westbound.
And the time?
Time is 9:28.
Now, in terms of the vehicle heading westbound, is this the last point where you actually are able to see the vehicle going westbound?
It is.
And so when is the next time you actually are picking up or tracking the vehicle?
The next time we catch that vehicle, he's eastbound.
Okay, and about what time?
At about 10:24, I believe it was, in the morning, right around that specific time.
Earlier you stated there was about an hour gap, roughly.
About an hour, yes.
Okay. And so now the truck is coming, now that you've tracked the truck coming back eastbound?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the first location where you pick up the truck coming eastbound?
At 40th and West Broadway.
Okay. Now, you were also involved with an interview with the defendant on February 24th.
Yes,
correct?
that is correct.
And did the defendant ever mention in that interview going over to Omaha?
He did.
And what did he say?
During that interview, he mentioned that they went over to Carter Lake to have some fun.
And then what did he say? Where'd they go after that?
And then they, after that, they went to Brockman's. That he said that he dropped her off at Brockman's.
So after Carter Lake back into Council Bluffs? To
That's correct.
Brockman's. Is Carter Lake in Potawatomi County?
It is.
My approach, Judge.
You may.
I'm handing you an exhibit that's marked for identification 4J. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a Public Works camera at 40th and Broadway.
Okay. And on what day is this?
This is the 13th,
And what's the intersection of it?
40th and Broadway.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer 4J.
Any objection to 4J?
Okay.
4J is received.
So,
Can you shut off our screen for a second while I take a look at this, make sure we got the right exhibit, if we want to click on the wrong thing, it's not in.
okay. So, Judge, may I publish 4J, please?
This the picture you have?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, anything about Exhibit 4J that was interesting to you?
I'm going to make commentary about what in the photo that is for the jury to decide. Who's detective to tell them what they're looking at?
Overruled.
Yes, so we're looking at this photo when we received it to determine whether or not Eileen or a passenger was still in the vehicle. And it appears that there is a passenger in the vehicle. You can see a light-colored jacket there that resembles the tan quilted coat that Eileen was seen wearing at Dudley Court.
And in this exhibit, the timestamp up there says 10:26. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So at 10:26, you see, this is the first time you see the defendant's truck coming back into Council Bluffs and what appears to be someone in the passenger side.
That's correct.
Now, as the defendant's traveling eastbound, what is the next stop, or is there a next stop that the defendant makes?
He goes to Burger King.
Okay. And were you able to get video and still photos from Burger King?
We were.
And about what time approximately was he at Burger King?
About 10:30.
Approach, Judge.
You may.
Three exhibits here. We've got 4L. It's been marked for identification. Do you know what that is?
Yes, that's the picture of the drive-through from the inside at Burger King.
And what day is that?
This is the 13th of February.
I've got, and what time is it?
It was about 10:30. We don't have a timestamp on this still photograph.
Now, this is Exhibit 4LL. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is again, the same photo of the entire screen, which shows the date and time.
Okay, and so this one has the timestamp?
Yes, this one does have a timestamp.
And what would be the date?
The date is February 13th.
And that 2023?
23, yes.
And then what is the time?
10:29:57, so just about 10:30.
I'm handing you Exhibit 4K, this marked for identification. What is that?
This is the video from 3209 West Broadway at Burger King.
And were you able to review that video?
I was.
And what is that right there?
Those are my initials.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the video from February 13th, 2023 at Burger King at 10:30?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I'd like to offer 4L, 4LL, and 4K.
Any objection to 4L, 4LL, 4K?
No objection.
All three of those exhibits as identified are received.
So that's actually the video right there. Let's do 4L. For the record, tell me what you're publishing. Judge, for the record, I'm asking to publish 4L.
You may.
Now in 4L, are you able to, yourself as a detective, are you able to identify anything inside the defendant's truck?
Yes, you can see the passenger about from mid to the knees there. You can see a little bit of the body there.
Okay, and what's your, is your viewing that as an investigator, anything that's interesting about that?
It doesn't look normal.
Why is that?
The positioning
Objection,
looks
Your Honor.
awkward.
Again, the video speaks for itself. The document, he's now interpreting it and giving his interpretation to the jury. That is not appropriate testimony.
Judge, the witness has to be able to speak to the significance of the photo.
The objection is overruled, and the jury will be the judge of the facts that they see and hear. You can answer the question if you understand it.
So the passenger looks to be in an awkward position, and the left arm is in an awkward, unnatural position.
Judge, may I publish 4LL?
You may.
And may I publish 4I? Or sorry, Judge, 4K.
4K you can publish.
What is the significance of that video?
You can see the chest of the driver heaving.
The breathing?
The breathing seemed very hard. It was heaving. You could see the movement of his chest. Normally, you don't see people breathe like that in a normal situation.
And what about the passenger?
The passenger, again, just like I said before, unnatural and unmoving.
So there's no movement?
Right.
Judge?
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was anticipating, I was going to hear from counsel. This would be a good time for our afternoon recess. Please remember that admonition I've given you. You need to keep an open mind. Don't talk about this case, and thank you for not using your cell phones. We'll be in recess until 3:25.
All right, please.
Please be seated, folks. And Detective Brannigan, you can have a seat. You're excused until we come back. We're in recess for 15 minutes unless there's anything from counsel we need to take care of. Right.
rise.
Please be seated. We ready for the jury? Please be seated, folks. We're back on the record after our afternoon recess, and Detective Brannigan has taken the stand. And I remind you, sir, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Counsel for the state may continue. Mr. Forney?
Was there a point where you were able to track the defendant's truck at Canesville and Frank?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
Well, several times. We tracked the truck there several times. I guess I'd have to ask for some clarification.
So at this point in time, is it true that the vehicle's moving or is traveling eastbound?
Yes.
Okay. And so was there a point where you were able to see the defendant's truck at Canesville and Frank heading eastbound?
Yes. That time was about 10:56, I believe.
Judge, my approach.
You may.
I'm handing you an exhibit that's marked for identification. 4S.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
This is the video public works camera at Canesville and Frank.
Okay. The date?
The date is February 13th.
And the time?
10:56.
And I'm also handing you exhibit 4T marked for identification. And what is that?
That is the defendant's truck at the intersection of East Canesville Boulevard and Frank Street.
And which direction are they in?
They're heading eastbound.
What's the date?
The 13th of February
The time?
at 10:56.
Thank you. Judge, would like to offer 4S and 4T.
Any objection to 4S, 4T?
No objection, Your Honor.
4S, 4T are received.
May I publish 4S?
You may.
At that intersection, is there any landmarks there, or anything that's, what's next, or what's at that intersection?
That intersection, from that camera angle, you can You can see the YMCA there in the background.
4T. Yes. Judge, may I publish 4T, please?
You may.
Were you able to make any significant observations about 4T?
Yes, we could see that the sweater, the green sweater, appears to be the same sweater that you could see Eileen wearing in the video at Dudley Court. You can see that the angle of the body and the left arm appear in an unnatural position, and it now looks like the tan coat is pulled up where the head would be. You can't see the face or head.
And after the defendant's vehicle goes through this intersection, where do you find, or where do you see the truck next?
It continues east, turns north onto Railroad Highway from Gainesville, and we have that vehicle on camera traveling northbound on Railroad Highway at 11:01 a.m.
And then it's traveling north?
Traveling north on Railroad Highway, correct.
Okay. And then where do you have it going after that?
It's coming back south, cross past that same camera at New Horizons Auto, and then we next have that the vehicle pulling into Casey's General Store at Sherwood Drive in Gainesville at 11:06.
So they ain't picking up for Jones? So is Jones' camera?
Can I approach Judge?
You may.
Handing you Exhibit 4U that's marked for identification. Do you know what that is?
This is the New Horizons video.
And is that the business that's on Railroad Highway?
That's correct.
And what are your initials on there?
My initials are on here, yeah.
And what is the date?
The 13th of February, 11:01 a.m.
Okay. This is 4Y, Exhibit 4Y, marked for identification. And what is that?
This is Casey's surveillance video.
Okay. And is that your signature there?
It is.
Have you viewed it?
I did.
And from what day is that?
The 13th of February.
And what time is that?
At 11:06.
Judge, I'd like to offer 4U and 4Y.
For you, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
And 4Y?
No objection.
Both are received.
It's quick.
That was a quick one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And where did we pull that from again?
That's from New Horizons. It's an auto dealership there on Railroad Highway.
Okay. And Judge, may I publish 4Y, please?
You may.
Approximately what time was that?
Approximately 11:06.
So, yourself, did you ever have an opportunity to actually test that drive, going out to Mike Brockman's house and coming back to Casey's?
Yes. Well, not Casey's. I did a specific point, actually using John's auto because of the ease of getting off the road, turning around, and heading back at various locations. So from that point out to various locations and back to a specific point.
So 11:01 at New Horizons, 11:06 at Casey's.
Correct.
And the 11:01 is going northbound, correct?
That is correct.
So from 11:01 at New Horizons to Mike Brockman's house, dropping off Eileen, and then being seen back at 11:06 at Casey's, were you able to assess the time on that?
Yes.
And what was your assessment?
There was no possible way that that could happen in that time frame. It's too short of a time frame.
Thank you. Now, there was an interview on the 24th where you talked to the defendant about going over to Omaha, and you already stated that he admitted that he did go to Omaha, correct?
Correct.
And then went to Carter Lake to have a little fun?
That's correct.
And then came back to his residence, or to Mike Brockman's residence, correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you ever obtain any video of the defendant driving out in Trainer, Iowa?
We did receive video of the Trainer camera, which shows the city of Trainer. Highway 92 is the main road through Trainer, and the defendant's vehicle is seen traveling eastbound at 11:46 a.m.
Did you ever confront the defendant about that?
He was confronted about that by Sergeant Doty with the Potawatomi County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Judge, my approach?
You may.
I'm handing you Exhibit 4V, marked for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the Trainer video of the Public Works camera at Highway 92. 11:46 to 12:34 on the 13th. My initials are on the side.
Thank you. Judge, I'd like to offer 4V.
Any objection to 4B?
No objection.
V.
I'm sorry, 4B?
Yes.
And no objection, counsel?
No objection, Your Honor.
4V is received.
Judge, may I publish?
You may.
Now, Judge, this is the westbound clip of that same exhibit. Now, is that the defendant's truck there?
Yes, it is.
And what it makes it identifiable to you?
The brush guard, you can see the light bar on the front there and the fog lights. You can see on the side the chrome gas cap.
And approximately what time is it?
This is approximately 12:34.
as the defendant comes back through Trainer, and is he heading back towards Council Bluffs now?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And do you know when he actually ends up coming back into Council Bluffs?
Well, he arrives back to his apartment building there, Cottonwood Apartments, at approximately about 12:59.
And is Cottonwood, is that where the defendant lives?
That's correct.
Do you know anything about the defendant and his parking spot there at that location?
He always parks on 34th Street. He told us. That's easiest for him to pull in and out. So he parks on the curb there right on 34th Street.
And did law enforcement obtain video footage from Cottonwood Apartments?
Yes, we did.
My approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm handing you what's marked as Exhibit 4X. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the Cottonwood surveillance video.
And from what date?
February 13th, 2023.
And are those your initials?
Those are my initials.
Judge, I'd like to offer 4X.
Any objection to 4X?
No objection.
4X is received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Stop the video for a second there. Is this when, at this point in time, has he arrived? He's already arrived back to his apartment?
Yes.
to stop publishing this.
Very well.
So, most of the video that we've just talked about has been tracking the defendant's vehicle on February 13th, 2023.
That's correct.
Were there other things that the defendant, that you were learning that was, in your eyes, interesting or suspicious in this case?
Yeah, several things.
What about the American National Bank deposit?
So on the 15th of February, I mean, there's numerous things throughout that one specifically. That was on the 15th of February. There was a deposit of $1,200 cash into his account at American National Bank.
Was law enforcement able to obtain any records pertaining to that deposit?
Yes, we were.
Was law enforcement able to get any video from that deposit?
Yes, we were.
Approach, Judge.
You may.
I'm handing you Exhibit 13. And what is that from?
This is American National Bank video on the 15th of February.
Would that be the lobby?
This is lobby, yeah. Okay. Oh, this is the height strip, yeah, as he's walking through the door.
And is that height strip, is that a lobby
Yeah,
area?
it shows in the lobby area, correct.
And on 13A, what is that?
This is the parking lot of the American National Bank.
13B?
This is the teller window
And is it from what day?
from the 15th of February. These are all 15th of February.
And I'm handing you what's marked as Exhibit 13C.
Okay.
What is that?
This is a record of checks and deposits. The fifth record down is the deposit slip dated 2/15/23 for $1,200 cash.
And last exhibit is 13B.
And this is the account information and signature card showing the defendant, and
Whose signature is that?
that is the defendant's signature.
Judge, I'd like to offer exhibits 13, 13A, 13B, 13C, 13D.
Any objection to 13 and 13A through 13D inclusive?
No objection.
Exhibit 13 and 13A through 13D are received.
Okay, so we've got let's go with 13. Judge, permission to publish 13. Exhibit 13.
Permission is granted with any of these 5 exhibits that you just received, that were just received.
Publishing Exhibit 13.
You may.
Judge, if we could make a record that we start about 4:15 on that video.
Your record is made for purposes of publishing?
Yes.
Just
So noted.
Judge, I'm going to stop publishing at 6:22.
So noted.
Permission to, or we already got permission to publish 3B. Publishing 13B, sorry, Judge. Judge, for the record, we're starting at 4:26. Stop publishing at 5:39.
So noted.
Exhibit C is being published. talk to the defendant about that $1,200 that was?
Excuse me, counsel, can you turn your mic back on for me, please?
Sorry, Judge. Did you talk to the defendant about the $1,200 cash that was deposited on February 15th?
I did not speak with him about that. That was Sergeant Doty with the Potawatomi County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Through your investigation, were you aware of any reasons why the defendant would have had $1,200 cash?
Yes, I spoke with Sergeant Doty in regard to his interview with the defendant.
It does appear that we're getting into hearsay, counsel. Mr. Forney, any response?
Yeah, he didn't said the statements yet. He just said that he talked to him. So it's not hearsay.
The objection at this point is overruled only because we haven't had any other statement. But I think we are getting close to calling for hearsay, and I would agree with Mr. Reedy that I think we have. But the objection with respect to this particular answer is overruled. But I don't anticipate. Well, I'm not expecting another question. And if I am, you'll be able to object, counsel.
Now, are you aware that the defendant had a welfare check on February 19th, 2023?
Yes.
And who made the call for that?
His granddaughter, Emily Brammer.
And was law enforcement able to obtain video from that?
I believe it was body cam video of the officer who made contact with him.
Do you know if do you know if the defendant was admitted to the hospital?
He was.
The defendant also had an eluding case. Are you aware of that?
Yes, from February 21st.
Okay. And through your investigation, what did you learn of that?
A detective approached the defendant to speak with him, and he took off. That detective then radioed to uniformed patrol officers that he was attempting to stop the defendant's vehicle. The defendant's vehicle was later seen by Officer Brad Wright of the Council Bluffs Police Department. He's a uniform officer in a marked city police vehicle. He initiated a traffic stop, and the defendant eluded Officer Wright. A pursuit ensued. He continued toward Omaha when the pursuit was then ended.
Was the defendant arrested on that a few days later?
Yes, warrants were applied for, and the defendant turned himself in on the 24th.
On the 24th, was law enforcement able to look at the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, that was part of the interview that myself and Detective Fletcher had with the defendant. We actually stopped behind his vehicle during our interview and asked permission to walk around and take a look inside of his vehicle. The vehicle was locked. We did not look and get inside the vehicle, so Detective Fletcher did a walk around of the truck and looked inside the truck.
And what were you guys looking for?
We were looking for any signs of disturbance, anything broken, and any belongings that were obviously that could be Eileen's.
You did not, though, at that time test for DNA or any blood testing?
No, we never entered the truck.
And this was on February 24th?
That was on February 24th.
So was that 2 days before Eileen's body was found?
That is correct.
And the defendant was then arrested on the 24th, correct?
That is correct.
And then did he go to jail?
He did. Right after that interview, we returned to the police station
And then, do you know if he bonded out?
He bonded out that night.
And then, are you aware of the defendant crushing his truck?
The following morning, on the 25th, we received evidence that the defendant took his truck to Lakeside recyclers, auto recyclers, and sold his truck to them. The truck was subsequently crushed and shredded.
Were you able to get any business records from Lakeside?
Yes.
And what were you able to obtain?
We obtained the receipt for the transaction and photos of the vehicle on the scale.
Can I approach, Judge?
You may.
What's marked as Exhibit 11. Do you know what that is?
This is the receipt.
And what is the receipt for?
The receipt is for a Ford F-150.
And what was the day?
The date was the 25th of February.
And how much was the receipt for?
$750.
I am handing you what's marked as Exhibit 11A. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a photo of the truck on the scales at Lakeside Auto Recyclers.
And what day was that?
That was on the 25th of February.
Handing you what's marked as identification for 11B. What is that?
This is an overhead photo of the defendant standing near the scale there.
And is that at, where's that at?
At Lakeside Auto Recyclers.
And you 11C, and what is that?
That is a rear view of the vehicle on the scale.
Do you know anything about the recyclers in terms of the scale?
I think it's for the weight. I think that when you sell your truck for scrap, it's by the weight.
And 11D?
11D is the defendant's driver's license, photo ID through Iowa.
Judge, I'd like to offer 11, 11A, 11B, 11C, and 11D.
Any objection to 11 and 11A through D inclusive?
No objection.
11A through D inclusive are received.
Permission to publish 11A through D.
Permission granted.
11 will be published first. A. B. 11C. And 11D. Now, so this was on February 25th that he crushed the truck.
Correct.
And on the 24th is when you and Detective Fletcher were walking around his truck. Is that correct?
Detective Fletcher, I stayed in the car with the defendant because he was under arrest. He was in my custody. That's correct.
So you were so you looked into the truck or around the truck the day before he was released from the jail, and the day before he crushed the vehicle.
That is correct.
Do you know of the defendant pawning anything off during that period when Ilene was missing?
Yes. Again, on the 25th, right after the truck was sold to Lakeside Auto Recyclers, the defendant went to Easy Pawn, 19th Broadway here in Council Bluffs, and pawned a diamond stud earring.
Was law enforcement able to obtain a business record from Easy Pawn?
Yes, we were.
Approach, Judge.
You may.
Handing you this mark for Exhibit 12 mark for identification. Do you know what that is?
Yes, this is the Leads Online business record for our transaction record for the diamond stud earring.
And what is the ticket date?
The ticket date is the 25th of February.
And is there a description on what was pawned?
A single stud earring.
And how much?
$160.
Judge would like to offer Exhibit 12.
Any objection to 12? No objection. 12 is received.
Permission to publish 12, Judge.
You may.
So you testified that he crushed the truck for $750. Did you ever take the time to look up what any kind of value of that truck was?
Overruled at this point. I'll allow an opportunity for further foundation.
Have you ever, as a detective, investigated theft cases?
Yes.
And when you investigate theft cases, do you try to figure out the amount the item was worth sometimes?
Yes, we do.
And were you actually in a division where you were specifically assigned for auto theft?
Yes, I was.
And when was that?
It was a while ago. It was 2007 when I was actually assigned to auto theft. However, throughout my entire career in CID, the 16 years we investigate all the crimes from 2016 through 2021, I was general assignment, which means that I would get literally any type of case, and I have continued working theft cases, auto theft cases throughout my career.
So in the course of doing that, then you've had experience and you've learned how to value automobiles.
Yes, rough value for charging purposes.
And did you do so in this case?
I did.
And did you do so with the defendant's truck?
Yes, I did.
How did you go about looking up the value of the truck?
We utilize online resources, open source resources to find what the value is of any object that we're looking for charging value. And in this case, the average vehicle.
Does the state wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge. I was getting to that. It's going to be my next question.
The objection at this point is noted, but it's overruled. I'm going to allow.
Non-responsive was the real objection, Your Honor, because he was answering the question that wasn't asked of him. It appeared he was going to give a value.
At this point, the objection is overruled. Do you understand the question? Did you answer that question?
I answered his question, yeah.
That was my understanding as
And
well.
what was the estimated value of the truck?
Your Honor, hearsay, no foundation. He's not the owner, so he cannot put a value on it.
Now, Mr. Forney, do we should be heard?
Would the court like me to give more foundation?
You're certainly welcome to. At this point, I'll direct the witness not to answer the question and allow State to offer any further foundation before we hit the ultimate objection.
So in your training, did you know how to look up values of automobiles?
Yes.
And do you know values of automobiles based on your training?
Yes.
Standard practice for determining value for this particular vehicle would be the same practice that would be used for other individuals in businesses buying and selling vehicles.
Yes.
Were you able to determine a value of the defendant's truck?
I did.
And what was that value?
You can understand things. He's not the owner. He's looking up a value on some site that he doesn't have any basis for, and he's coming to a conclusion for something that he doesn't have the knowledge of.
Mr. Forney, I believe this is hearsay. Are you noting an exception to the hearsay rule that the court should take notice of? I mean, is this some regular conducted activity by the officer, or where are we? Or why isn't this hearsay?
Your Honor, I mean, we're having the speaking objection fight in front of the jury. Can we approach and
Sure.
be heard?
bring your attention back to February 24th. You'd stated that you had an interview or discussion with the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Were you able to talk with the defendant more about Ilene and the drop-off location?
Yes, we were.
And what was that conversation?
Again, trying to get his route and timeline down. He suggested that he would rather just show us exactly what he did rather than tell us. We tried working with him with a map, but he had difficulty relating distances with looking down upon a map. So we did, because he was in our custody, he had turned himself in on the warrants for his arrest. He was in handcuffs, and there was 2 detectives to transport him, so myself and Detective Fletcher. The entire trip was recorded, and we got into my detective car, and we drove to Sugars, to the location of Sugars, and he took us through his route.
Where did he take you from Sugars?
From Sugars, we went north on Railroad Highway, and the first place he thought he may have turned off a railroad highway was Jennings Road toward the Garner Cemetery. As we turned onto that road, he stopped us and he said, "No, this is not it. This doesn't look familiar. This isn't where I dropped off Ilene." So we turned around and went back to the highway and continued north on Railroad Highway. And as we continued north, he mentioned that it didn't really look familiar. We continued driving, and he again iterated that it really didn't look familiar to him. So I told him we would go up to the next road and turn around. The next road was 205th Street. As we turned on to 205th Street, he recognized it, and he said, "No, this is the road. This is where I dropped her off." And so I said, "All right, I'll continue driving, and you show me where you dropped him off."
Did he show you?
He did. We continued up 205th Street. We passed the first house. We passed the second house, and then he told us to stop. He dropped her off between the 2 neighboring houses. He said that he turned around there. She got out of his truck and took her purse and the safe, and then he drove very slowly. He said he was driving slowly, even watching her in the rearview mirror, hoping to see her walk to a house. He wanted to know where she was going. So we noted the address of where he dropped her off, and we continued down to Railroad Highway, and I said, "Where next?" We turned right. He directed us back toward Council Bluffs, and he said the next stop he made was at Casey's General Store, where he got gas. So we drove from that location to Casey's General Store.
So did he tell you that the location where he said he dropped her off, was that actually at Mike Brockman's house?
No, it was past Mike Brockman's house. Further up the road, there's a couple more houses, and he dropped her off between those 2 houses.
Did he give you any explanation for that?
He said that she directed him to keep on going and when to stop. And that was because he said he didn't know where Mike Brockman's house was.
Was law enforcement, first of all, did law enforcement file search warrants to get phone records from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And what about Ilene's phone?
Yes.
Can I approach, Judge?
You may, and I want to interrupt you just for a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the clock, we're approaching 4:30. I'd like to at least finish with the direct examination of this witness. Is there anybody in the jury that would not be able to stay until, say, 4:45 or 5 o'clock? All right. You all with me that it'd be nice to move ahead? I'm getting nods from everyone. Great, thank you. Mr. Forney?
I'm handing you Exhibit 6. Do you know what that is?
This is the response from T-Mobile.
And whose response is that? From T-Mobile?
From T-Mobile.
And for which phone?
This is the 1583 phone, and I can't remember. I cannot recall which was the defendant's and which.
712 number?
Right, the 712 number.
Judge, can I take a moment, please?
You may.
Is that something that you would actually have in your report?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And so when you file for a search warrant, are you getting records back from the carrier?
Yes. For the target numbers that we request, then we get the response for that target number. Unfortunately, I can't remember which phone is which. I think the 712 is Eileen's, but I'm not. I can't say that for sure.
And then what I'm handing you is 6A, marked for identification. Are you familiar with that?
Yes. This is also the T-Mobile response.
Okay. And for what number is that?
For the 402 number.
And the document let's look at Exhibit 6. The document that's on the front, what is that document?
This is the certification of the records.
Is that for authenticity?
Yes, for authenticity, correct.
Okay. And in 6A?
Same, the authenticity, the certification of authenticity.
For that particular number?
Yes, for that particular number. Right. Sorry.
Judge, I'd like to offer 6A and 6B.
Any objections?
6A is 6 and 6A.
Any objections to 6 and 6A?
No objections, Your Honor.
Both exhibits are received, 6 and 6A.
Were you aware that Mr. Brammer's phone was dumped?
Yes.
And were you in the interview when the defendant signed a consent form to have his cell phone dumped?
Yes, I was.
Okay. My approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Handing you Exhibit 6C. Do you know what that is?
This is the consent to search digital media device we use for the Council Bluffs Police Department.
And who's the individual?
Ivan Sam Brammer.
Judge, I'd like to offer 6C.
Any objection to 6C?
No objection.
6C is received.
you contacted the FBI to do a cast analysis?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain what that is?
They specialize in phones, and we've utilized them in the past for other cases. They do a great job, so I reached out to them in regard to this case.
And did law enforcement send the records from Exhibit 6 and 6A over to CAS?
Yes.
To review?
Yes.
Sometimes when there's a deceased body, that you'll take property from the deceased, correct?
That is correct.
I am, when you, Judge McRoach.
You may.
Exhibit 9.
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
This is the tan Calvin Klein coat belonging to Ilene Gowan. Original packaging is within the bag.
And is this how property collects it?
Uh,
How it's collected?
We do collect it in paper sacks, yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Exhibit 9.
Any objection to 9?
No objection.
9 is received.
Judge, I think the parties have stipulated that Exhibit 10 will be entered into evidence as just map.
Would you identify it for us?
Yes.
And for the record?
Yes, Judge. It is the map of Council Bluffs, Judge. Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 identified as a map of Council Bluffs.
Yep.
Is that stipulated, Council?
That is, Your Honor. We have no objection to it.
By stipulation, Exhibit 10 is received.
One moment, Judge. Further questions for the witness, Judge?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our evening recess at this point. And I'd request that you all come back like you did this morning at 9 o'clock, and barring any other matters that I need to deal with, we'll try to be back on the record at 9:15 or as shortly thereafter as possible. Please remember that admonition I've given to you. Don't talk about this case with anyone, even those folks back home. They'll be pumping you for questions. You have to tell them Judge Davidson said I couldn't talk about it. Please keep an open mind until you hear all the evidence when the matter is submitted to you. And I thank you for not using those cell phones. With that, we will be in recess until tomorrow morning at around 9:15. We're in recess.
All right, please.
Please be seated, folks. And any of you in the courtroom, you're free to leave. I've got a couple little things I want to talk to counsel, and then we'll probably go to chambers, although maybe it's best we just talk about it in the morning. But I want to make sure that my list of received evidence corresponds to both the state's and the defense understanding as well as Ms. Stratton's. No. That's fine.